Hey everyone, my name is Ravan and in this video we are going to build a Typeracer clone. As you can see in the demo, our app is completely cross-platform. It works on Android, web and iOS. First of all, let me show you the features of the app. So we can join or create the rooms. So let me create a room. I'm going to pass in the nickname as, let's say, Ravan. I'm going to create a room and here we are in the room waiting for the people, and since we are a leader, we get the option of starting the game. Now I'll make another user join in. So I can go to my iOS emulator, click on join, enter my nickname, so I'll type in Naman over here and enter the game ID which I've copied from here. Now I click on join. Now I'll click on start, and in the meantime it's starting. I can show you that if I try to join from my Android device here and pass in my name Rivan1 and enter the game ID over here and click on join, I won't be able to join, as you can see. This is because our game has already started over here and thus we won't be able to join in. But now if I show you the word typing process, so if I type over here, let's say the words that are showed, you can see that it highlights the green words. So if I have typed correctly, I'll get the green words, and if not, I'll get a wrong word. So if I misspell and, then you can see it's not getting highlighted over here. But if I type the correct word, it's getting highlighted. It checks that in the server and then we get this. And we have our leaderboard showing up, which is the words per minute. This is the words per minute, and in real time, all of these progress bars sync with each other. So if I type here as well, respect should, you can see that this progress bar is moving in real time. We are going to build that and we are going to mark it synchronous with each other so that they work together. Then here we get the words per minute, and we have a timer here as well. The timer stops when the game is ended. So now if I type in here, you can see we get the leaderboard showing up and it calculates word per minute based on the time, which is pretty cool. So this is what we are going to build, and we are also going to deploy all of this stuff. The tech we'll be using is Flutter and Node.js. The prerequisites for this tutorial is just to have a basic knowledge of Flutter and Dart. No Node.js knowledge is required. Whatever is covered in this tutorial will be taught considering that you're a beginner. So now let's get started. Alright, to start we need to go to our terminal, and in here I'm going to migrate to my desktop folder, and here we are going to create a Flutter project. So to create the Flutter project, you can run the command flutter create and then type the name of the project. Make sure that the project name includes underscore and not hyphen, else it will give you an error. So I'm going to call it Typeracer tutorial, let's say, and we'll click on enter. This will create the Flutter project for us. It will get all the necessary folders like iOS, Android and stuff and get it ready for us. Then we can migrate to our Typeracer tutorial folder, and in there I'm going to open it in my favorite code editor, and I can do that by just typing code and then a full stop. This will open the current folder we are in our VS Code. I can terminate this terminal, then go to our lib folder right here, and here we are going to create a project. So what I like to do is remove all the boilerplate code from here. All of this. Now the theme data also I remove, but the theme data is going to be the blue color, so I'm going to keep that. And in the home, just to test our app, we can output a text, remove the title property from here and just save this much. To run the Flutter project, first of all we need an iOS simulator. To open the iOS simulator, we can do open-a simulator. This will get the iOS simulator for us. If you are using an Android emulator, you will get the running button over here. First you'll have to manage your AVD manager and then get the stuff working. Also over here, what I want to do is replace the title with Typeracer tutorial. Then save it, and to run the project, you can either type in Flutter run over here, or you can just go up here, click on run and run without debugging. Now this will start the project in whatever device is selected, which can be seen over here if you're using VS Code. Now let's wait for it and see what we get. Alright, welcome back, and our app has loaded. You can see over here Flutter demo homepage showing here. So now the next thing I want to do is create a folder over here called screens, and in there we are going to create a home screen menu. It is going to be a stateless widget. So first of all, import the material Dart package, then call a stateless widget, call it the home screen. Here we're going to return a scaffold which has a body of center, and then in the child we are going to pass in a column. Now the column will be the centered because we want all of the stuff that is going to be over here somewhere in the center. So like a text and 2 buttons in a row. So we can have that. So over here we can have main axis alignment set to main axis alignment dot center. Then we need children over there. Now first of all it's going to be a text, so we can have that. And it will say create or join a room to play. Let me fix the spelling error. It will have some styling, so we can add some styling as well. Now I want it to be of a bigger size, so I can change the font size to 24. And then yeah, this much should be fine. Now let's see what our app is giving us. So we can take this home screen from here, put it in the home, and pass in home screen. We'll import the home screen and we can put a constant over here. After that we can go to the home screen again, and first of all let's see, we are getting create or join a room to play. That's good. Now we can create a final size variable which will contain the height of the phone. So we can do that with media query dot of context dot size. I'm going to save till size because we might need to use size dot width. If we're not using it, you can just take height over here and rename this to height, but we are going to go with size. Then we need the sized box, and the sized box will leave some space for us, and it will be size dot height into 0.1. We can save this. Now we can't see any output because it's a blank space. After that we can have a row to create a row of buttons. This row will have a main axis alignment of main axis alignment dot space evenly, because we need to evenly space out all the elements in the row. Then we can have children. Now the children is going to be a button which we are going to reuse in our app a lot of times in the register, in a create screen or the join screen. So we can reuse this widget, and we'll create a widgets folder here so that we can reuse all the widgets that we are going to create, or if there is any widget in our screen, so that our app gets divided into smaller pieces, which is a good practice. So over here we can create a custom button. We're going to import the material package. We're going to call a stateless widget here whose name will be custom button. It will have a string of text. Then it will receive a onTap function, and if we write function over here, that won't work for us, something like this, because you'll see that because with this you are basically calling the function and not storing the address of the function. So instead of doing that, you can do void callback. Then we can have a final bool variable which will basically ask if it's the home screen or what screen, so that we can manually adjust the size of the button. And then we can require all of these fields. We can save this much, and over here we are going to return a elevated button. We're not going to use material button which we've used in the previous tutorial. Let's try something new. And over here we are going to pass an onPressed property, and the onPressed is going to be the onTap which we are getting from the constructor. Then we can have a child which will be a text, and we'll pass in text. The style will be a constant text style, and let's just increase the size. So we'll set it to 16, and we'll give a color of colors.white. I think black will be the default one, so let's give that. After that let's try to save this much and see what we're getting. So if I take this custom button, drop it down here, and to import it I'm going to press command and full stop so that we get the import options, and click on import library. So I have to pass in a text. Now the text is going to be join, or let's say create, because that's the first button. Then we can have an onTap, and our onTap is going to be an empty function. And for the isHome variable, we can pass in true because we are on the home screen. We can save this much. And now if we see, create button is showing up, which is pretty cool. Now let's try to put in another join button. So we can have join over here. And this looks good. Give it some cool look as well now. So now let's just increase the size of the buttons, which doesn't look good at all. So what we can do is go over here in our custom button class, and in the elevated button, after the text widget that we are giving as a child, we can pass in the style property, and for the style we can have elevated button dot style from, and we can pass the minimum size or the maximum size. We are going to pass in the minimum size, and the minimum size will be a size variable, so we can have size. So the width is going to be dependent on the isHome variable. So if we are on home, we are going to decrease the size, and if we are not on home, we are going to increase the size, but the height value is going to be a constant, so we can pass 50 in here. And for the width, we can again create a variable here which will be called size, and we can pass in media query dot of context dot size, and then we can even pass in height actually, because we are not going to use the width variable, so we can just use the height over here. And I'm so sorry, it's going to be width, not height. So we can have width, and the width can be width. So we can check over here. So if it's not home, then what do we want to do? So if we are not getting the isHome variable, so we are not in the home screen, what can we do? We can basically pass in the entire width of the button. So whatever width we are getting on the screen, I want that elevated button to take that much. Or if we are on the home screen, we can just use width divided by 5. So whatever width we are getting into 0.2 or 0 or upon 5 of the entire screen. So that much is enough. And if we go over here, this looks pretty good. And that's how I wanted it. So after that is done, we can again go to our home screen. And for now, what do we want next is, whenever we click on either of the buttons, we want to go to the create or the join room screen. So we can create two screens here. Create screen dot. We can import the material package. We can pass in a stateless widget for now. It's going to change because we are going to have a text editing controller here. We can pass in, we can give the name create room screen, and we can actually rename this. So we can go over here, pass in create room screen. It's always good to be descriptive about the file's name and everything. So over here we can return a scaffold with the body of center, which has a child of text which says create room. Right, now we can ignore the warnings because it's going to change, and we're going to copy this, go to the join room screen, and we're going to we can basically copy and paste all of that stuff. Now we can change this name right here. So I'm going to press my option button, which is the configuration I've used for selecting multiple cursors to change multiple words. So I've clicked on option on Mac, and I'm going to press backspace and type join room screen over here as well. It's going to be join room. We can refresh this, and now how do we navigate whenever we click from here? Like if we click over here, we want to go to the create screen, and if we click over here, the join room screen. So to do that, we can use two approaches, actually three. We can even use Navigator 2.0, which is a highly efficient way for bigger apps, but we're not going to look at that in this video. Another approach is using something like this. When we have navigator dot of context dot push, then we have to pass in the material page route, then we have a builder, and we have to pass in a context where we can finally pass in the create room screen. Now there are two disadvantages while using this method. First of all, when we use this, it's a lot of boilerplate code to write. just to, navigate from one screen to another. And the second thing is, when we use such a way, when we are on the web, we won't be able to see the URL, something like if we want our URL. So we have something like https://www.google.com. So suppose this is the URL of our website, then we want to see something after this, right? So we can have, let's say, create room screen, right? We want this path to come in. But if we use this method, this path won't come in. For all the URL, it's going to be something like this only. Or we can just have a hashtag because it's Flutter using it. So we can have a hashtag here, but we won't have anything like the path over here. So to do that, we are going to use navigator, another navigator, which is called named routes. So I'll show a demonstration of how we are going to do it. So go to your main.dart file. In the my app class, we can create routes. You can use the routes property and pass in a map over here, or an object if you're coming from JavaScript. Then in the routes, we can have a slash, which is the default one. So whenever the user lands over here, what do you want to show? So we will get a context over here, and then we can pass in the home screen. So whenever user comes over here, we want to pass in this slash mark over here. Now, if the user comes on the create room screen, we want to show the this URL path right here. So we can have that, and here we can pass in create room screen. And finally, we want the join room. So we can have context constant join room screen. We can save this much, and now we are getting this error right here. This is because we have passed in the home over here when it's not needed, because this is the configuration we do for the normal navigator method that we saw over here. Right, this is the configuration for this part right here. So instead of doing that, what we want to do is remove this line from here and pass in the initial route. So what do you want your initial route to be? This part right here, this part, this part. So we can pass in slash over here because we want to land on the home screen whenever we launch our app. And if we pass in this much, this will give an error still if we navigate to the join room screen, because we have not used a forward slash. It's necessary to use that, else it will give some errors. So we can save this much, refresh our app, and go over here. You can see this working, but you can't see the output it produces, right? So whenever we click over here, what can we do? So we can go to the create room screen, in the home screen, and here we can just pass in on tap. And since it's going to be one line, we can use an arrow function, and here we can type navigator dot push named, because we are going to pass in push named, which is the named route, and we need to pass in the route name, and our route name is going to be create dash room. Right, this is going to be the route name for us. We can copy this much and paste it over here and change the name to join room. We can save this much, and now to see the output in our iOS emulator, we can go and click over here. Now we are redirected to the join room screen. Now let's see the output in our Flutter web. So I can run flutter run -d Chrome, and this -d stands for device and not debug, which I made an error in previous video tutorials. And now click on enter, and let's wait for it. Alright, our Flutter web is loaded up. So if I go here in the full browser, if I click on create, we are landed to the create room, and you can see the URL here, create room, showing up. Now if we go to the join room, our join room is showing up as well, which means it's working pretty well. The only issue with this default configuration right now is this debug banner right here. So we can remove that. Go to the main.dart file, and here set debug show checked mode banner to false. Now this looks better, but only if we restart it. Now this has been removed, which is pretty good. Another issue we are facing is this isn't a kind of layout we want. So we want our app not to extend a certain width somewhere over here. So what we can do is go to our home screen and wrap this center widget and wrap our column widget here with a widget known as constraint box. If you don't know about constraint box, I've made a video on it. Link will be mentioned in the top right corner. And we have to pass in constraints to it, and the constraints can be box constraints. And well, we have to specify the max width of it, so we can specify a constant width of 600. Now if we save this much and go back to our app, you can see these buttons come closer to each other, which looks better in my opinion. And when we go back to our app here, it doesn't make any difference because that's how a constraint box works. Now let's go and design the create room screen. So for the create room screen, we are going to follow a similar pattern like this, like what we did in the home screen. So we can just copy this centered and constraint boxes from here, pass in for the body. Then we have to specify the parenthesis because we didn't copy that. Again, another parenthesis because that's for the constraint box. Now the constraint box will have a child, which will be a container. Now the container will have a child of column, and it will be centered. So we can have main axis alignment of main axis alignment dot centered, cross axis alignment of cross axis alignment dot center. Then we have children, and the children will have a constant text which will just say that this is a create room screen. And then we can wrap with a text style which will have a color, not a color, sorry. We'll have a font size of 30. Can save this much. And now let's see the output. So if we go to our create room screen, looks pretty good. Now after that, we will have a sized box, and then we'll again create a size variable. So we can just copy this much, go to the build function and drop it down here. Then the sized box will have a height of media query, not media query because we have created the height variable. So it will be size.height into 0.08. We can save this much. Now after this, we will need a text field. Now this text field is going to be reusable as well. So we can create a widget which will be named custom text field dot. Now we can import the material package. Then we can create a stateless widget which will be named custom text field. It will return a text form field or text field, wouldn't matter in this case. Then we need to pass in a controller which we'll accept from the constructor after a while. Then we need to pass in a decoration as well. Now the decoration is going to be input decoration. And how do we want our text field to look like? So first of all, it should have some border, a curve. So you want our text field to look something like this, where there's a bit of curve. This is a terrible drawing, but we want a bit of curve. Then we want some padding, not the default padding that it gives because it's terrible. Then we want some color to be passed into it, and then a basic hint text which just says that you need to pass in your password or something like that. So to do that, what we're going to do is go to the input decoration, pass in the border property as outline input border. Then the border radius will be border radius dot circular 8. Now there will be a color coming in because we have used border, so there might probably be a black color. Not sure about the color. So to replace that, what we can do is pass in border side. The border side will be of the color colors dot transparent. Then we need to pass in enabled border. So when the text field is selected, what do we want to show? So we can copy this, paste it down here. Then we need a content padding because we need to pass in a padding. So it can be edge insets dot symmetric. In the horizontal direction we'll have 16 and in the vertical direction 14. Then we need to pass in a fill color, and the fill color is going to be 0xFF F5 F5 FA. This will create a grayish color. You can see the preview over here. Then we need a hint text which will be a hint text, which we'll pass in from the constructor as well. And we need to give some styling to our hint text, so we'll pass in hint style, and we'll have text style, which will have a font size of 14 and a font weight of fontweight.w 400. Can save this much, and now let's accept some values from the constructor, which will be first of all final text editing controller, which will just be a controller, and a final string hint text, which will be a hint text. Now we need to require these values, so it will be required this dot controller required this dot hint text. Now we just need to pass in these values to our text field. Copy this, and for the hint text it will be hint text again. So we can save this much and then pass in the custom field. So here we can have a custom text field. Now we have to pass in a controller, which we'll have to create. So on the top, we can convert the stateless widget to a stateful widget using Control-Shift-R, basically by refactoring our code, and we can click on convert to stateful widget. Then we can have a text editing controller, so let's call it final text editing controller. We'll call it name controller, which will be equal to text editing controller. Now we'll also call the dispose method because we don't want any memory leaks or any kind of stuff in our app. So we can take this name controller and call dispose method on it. Then we can go down and pass in the name controller. Now the hint text is going to be whatever of your choice, but I'm going to pass in enter your nickname. We can save this much and let's see the output. Our output is showing up, which is pretty cool. Now let's restart this in our web version as well and see the output. Looks pretty good. So now the next thing we want to do is, well, add a margin over here because this looks congested and we don't want it to stick with our device. So in the container that we have declared above, we can pass in a margin, which will be const edge insets dot symmetric, and in the horizontal direction 20 because we want it from both the sides. And we have saved this much and you can see this showing up, which is pretty good. Now I wrapped the container and I set the margin to a column and not the text field over here, because the next element that we're going to have is a button, and the button will be the same width as this. So we want a margin for that button as well. That's why. So we can call the custom button, the widget that we had created, and I told we are going to reuse it. Then we can call the text and we can pass in create. Then the on tap is going to be an anonymous function, and for now let's keep it empty. And the is home is going to be false, but we don't have to explicitly mention it every time, right? Because it will be very confusing moving on, because our is home function is done now. So what we can do is remove this is home functionality from here, go to our custom button. So instead of requiring this home is home, what we are going to do is remove this required field and we are going to pass in a default value of false. So if the user doesn't mention, the is home property is going to be false. And here we can set is, we don't need to set actually because it's false, right? So now if we save, we can see this, but we want a bit of spacing over here. So what we can do is constant sized box of height 40, or you can just wrap this with a container and put a margin of 40, whatever you feel like doing. So this looks good, but I'm going to reduce the size. Now it looks much better. It's cool. So now we want to work on the join room screen. And before moving on, let's see the output on our Chrome version as well. It's looking fantastic. So now let's go to the join room screen. So what we can do is copy this whole centered widget and go to our join room screen because it's going to be similar to that one. We can paste this, import all the required fields, the custom text field, the custom button widget, and we have to create the size variable and create the controller. So again, we'll convert this join room to a stateful widget, and now we are going to create two controllers. One is going to be a name controller and the other one is going to be a game ID controller, because we'll ask the user to pass in a game ID, right? So we can have game ID controller. And we also need to create a size variable. So what we can do is, first of all, remove this, then take the size variable, pass in over here. We are going to return a scaffold as well. Now we want a dispose method before we forget it, and we're going to call name controller.dispose and game ID controller.dispose. Alright, now we can go down and pass in one more custom text field, which will be named, let's say, enter game ID. This much is fine, I guess. So yeah, this looks good, but the only problem again is the height. So we can take the size box, put in between the two text fields and give a height of 20. Now if we restart the app and see, this looks much better for our join room, but we need to change this text. So we can call this join room, and here as well we want join room. Saving this much, this looks good. This hasn't updated in our Chrome because we forgot to do R, and now it has. Now the next thing we want to do is, whenever we click on either of the create room or the join room, we need to create the rooms. So to do that, we are going to make connections to our socket servers and we'll get our backend running. Note that you don't need any prerequisite knowledge of Node.js or anything. I'm going to teach everything that is going to be included here, so don't worry. So now before starting, you might have multiple questions like, what is Node.js first of all? So from the name itself, you can guess that Node.js uses JavaScript, and well, one fault of JavaScript is that it cannot run outside the browser. So what Node.js does is basically allow us to write JavaScript code that will run in the computer process instead of a browser, so that we can basically run JavaScript code in our laptops and not use the console in our, this part over here, the console, so that we don't have to write JavaScript here, right? Because that's highly inefficient way to write something. Alright, so this is what Node.js allows us to do. So now if you go on this website, nodejs.org/en, you can find that the Node.js documentation and how you can download it. You should click over here, not over here. You can click over here and download the Node.js version. If you're on Windows, it will automatically detect the node that it's Windows, and it will pass in the bit version like 64-bit, 32-bit, what computer you're using, and then it will automatically tell you to download this. After that, what we're going to do is go to the About section and know more about Node.js. So it tells that Node.js is an asynchronous event-driven JavaScript runtime. What this basically means is that Node.js handles the asynchronous code, async await, basically all of that stuff. It handles pretty well in our backend stuff. So Node.js can help us create. So it does that by the use of callbacks, which is a great thing. Now it might not seem like a great thing now because you're used to it, and we have done that in Flutter applications as well, but it was a great thing back then. So now with this Node.js, our backend stuff gets easier, in my opinion, very much easy than writing the whole backend by ourselves and basically all the stuff. So now first issue now after knowing Node.js basic meaning is knowing if it's fast enough or not, because we don't want our user to be waiting for a long time, right? So yeah, Node.js is fast enough because it is made using C and C++, which are very fast programming languages. And it is made on top of V8 JavaScript engine, which is incorporated in many famous browsers, one of them being Chrome, Google Chrome, yeah. And then the next question comes in if it's updated enough and if it will work after any updates with JavaScript. So yeah, as I told, it is in browsers like Chrome, and Chrome will obviously take in the new features that JavaScript gets so that their code is much more efficient, much more better, and much more readable for the future generations. So yeah, they will update it as and when V8 engine will update, and V8 engine will update as and when the new features JavaScript will get. So yeah, now let's try to install Node.js. So if you click over here and follow through the installation process, you will get through it. Now if we go back over here in our project and create a new new terminal and type in your node-v, you can see it's a wrong option. You have to go with node-v, and it will output to you the node version you're using. And if there's no node version, then you've probably made an error while installing it. Search it on Google. If you can't find any solution, let me know in the comment section below. I'll help you out. So after knowing that your Node.js version has been installed, what you can do is, well, first of all, create a server in your root folder, the Typeracer tutorial folder. So what we can do is create a folder named, let's say, server, because it's going to be a server, right? And now we can migrate to a server folder using a terminal. And over here, we are going to create a node project. So to create a node project, what you can do is by going in the folder, you can type npm init and click on enter. This will initialize a project just like it Flutter create does for us. That's how you can do it. And then you don't have to pass in any package name, anything. You can just click enter and it will take in the default options. Now, if this asks, is this okay? You can click on enter for that as well. And that's done. But instead of pressing enter multiple times, what you can do is, well, just type npm init -y. It will mark all the options as default and, well, complete our project. Now installed it 2 times. So let me just delete this project so that we don't face any weird issues. I'm not sure if we'll face any, but yeah, let's create another server folder. Now we can again go to a server folder and we can do npm init -y. Now this should work, and it does work. So that's pretty cool. So now what we can do is go back from our server, and in here we are going to create a new folder called index.js. And I think we made an error. We don't have to go out of the server really. We can just stay in this server and keep this terminal for this server. Cool. So now what is this package.json file, right? Now this package.json file is similar to the pubspec.yaml file. It maintains the name of the app, the description of the app, similar to the pubspec.yaml file, right? So it's a version, name, description, and this main index.js basically means that this is the main file in our application. You can hover over it and it will tell you the main field is a module ID. Now, if you understand that, it's pretty good. Now you can see the scripts. Now we'll fill that scripts and I'll tell you in a while what these scripts are. But basically this is called an object in our application. Now, if you don't understand what object is, it is a map in Flutter applications. So as you do with Flutter applications .dart, you can do .js to run Node.js files because it's going to be JavaScript, right? Now, we can manually write all the Node.js configuration, but that will take a lot of time and will make our index.js file pretty big. But that's not what we're going to do. We're going to install some dependencies which will make our life much more easier and will get our work done faster without affecting our performance of the app much. So now the first thing we need is, after installation of this Node.js, so you can go to the npm.js website. Now npmjs.com is basically like something like pub.dev, which basically allows us to install packages in our app. Now npm stands for Node Package Manager. As we can see, the name itself suggests that you can manage the packages like adding, deleting them, updating them with newer versions. So basically like pub.dev, right? Now to install that, we do install our Flutter packages. What we do, or installing our Dart or Flutter packages, what we do is basically run, Flutter pub get, or just manually add it in our dependency. We can do that with package.json, but I'm not very sure why we will do that when we can just run a command, right? So we can run this command. You can see the install tab over here, which basically tells npm I express. It also gives a bunch of more information like repository, where you can go to the GitHub repository and find out more about this, like issues, pull requests, the commits, which and the last updated. But you can find that necessary stuff on these website as well. 4.17.2, the size of this package, the number of files in this package, the issues, the pull requests, and finally the popularity. You can see the graph here as well, which means that this app is pretty popular, this package basically. So now to install it, we can just, copy this line from here and paste it down here using Ctrl+C, Ctrl+V. Now after we click on enter, you can see all of the stuff getting saved in package.json file, and that you can see in the dependencies section. Now dependencies is similar to the pubspec.yaml one. You can see dependencies over here as well. The only difference between both of these is that this uses a JSON format, and JSON format is something of an object-oriented manner. Not an object-oriented, but something using objects. But the full form is JavaScript object notation. So you can get the idea from the name itself. But now if we go to the index.js file, and now we need to add more dependencies to our application, right? But before moving, what we need to do is, well, first know what Express is. Why do we need Express, right? So basically Express makes writing our Node.js applications easier as well. So Express can be used to make APIs for our application, which is much faster, which is much better than Node.js itself. So it will provide you a set of methods like post, set, get, update, delete, all of those methods that you might have seen with other databases, and all of APIs that we use, we call on those APIs. So all of these functions we can create and build our own API, right? So this is pretty useful for Express. So that's why we have installed Express in our app. It will make our lives much more easier when we compare the code that we write for Node.js, and then we compare it with what we've written with Express. Cool. Now the other package that we need is HTTP. Now you might know what HTTP is. It will basically help us to create a server using HTTP module. It's this one is can be installed the same way, but let's have a look at other packages as well. Next is Axios. Now Axios is like HTTP in our Dart package. So with this Axios, you can send a request to the external APIs that you're using. So you can click this Axios and well have that in our application installed as well. Now this sign over here means that this Axios package is written in TypeScript, which is a superscript of JavaScript, and we'll have a tutorial on that later, but not now. Now we have Mongoose. Now Mongoose is also written in TypeScript, you can see. And Mongoose, as the README says, is a MongoDB object modeling tool designed to work in an asynchronous environment. Now MongoDB is a database we are going to use. We are not going to use Firebase, else we would have not created a server or anything. We're going to use MongoDB to store our data. You don't need to have any prior experience of MongoDB, but we are going to use this MongoDB for our application. And Mongoose basically helps us to create models, use the functions that are not there or we have to explicitly use with MongoDB. So it will help us pretty much. We'll see that in a while when we create some models and our data. So that will be much more clear to you. Finally, you can have Socket.io. Now Socket.io is dependencies which will help us create real-time sync with other devices that are in the group or in the room, you can say. So that will be really helpful to us. It will help us with the real-time database. Now, what's the difference between HTTP and SocketIO, right? So HTTP basically means that you ask for a request from HTTP and then it will output it to you. It's somewhat like a future, right? Because you ask it something and then only it returns to you something. Now Socket.io is something like a stream. So it will keep on giving you data as long as you don't unsubscribe to it after subscribing it, right? So you have subscribed to a stream, which is basically socket.io in our case. So after you, until and unless you unsubscribe to it, you won't be able to not get data. You'll always get the data. Cool. So that was the basic difference between HTTP and socket.io. And that's why we are using socket.io, because our app has to look real time, right? All right. So now let's install all of these packages. So you can do npm I, and then we can have HTTP, socket.io, then we can have, but for SocketIO, I want to make sure that you remember this. You have to pass in the version 2.3.0. You can do that by using @2.3.0. Now that is needed because for some reason Flutter doesn't connect to the application if we use any socket.io version or the latest version. If we do npm I socket.io, it doesn't, Flutter doesn't get that. So we have to use 2.3.0. So, and it's only after that our application starts to run. So you have to make sure that it's 2.3.0 version. And then we need Axios, and that's all that we need. I think we forgot to add Mongoose, so we will add Mongoose as well. And now after this is installed, we can go to our package.json file, and you can find all of these dependencies installed, which is pretty good. Now if I do console.log just to check that our application is running, and say hello world, and then run it. Now to run it, how do we run it, right? So we can just do node./index.js. So with this, we are in the server folder, we have called node, and then we have passed in the file that we want to run, which is node./index.js. And you can see the output hello world given out. So that means our application is running pretty well. But now you can see that we have to run this node command every time. Instead of doing that, and this thing that we'll do right now will also help in when we deploy our applications. So what we can do is, instead of doing this, we can have start, and here we can just write node./index.js. So in our scripts object, what we are telling is we have a property called start, and whenever user tells the start command, we need to run this command, which is node./index.js. So with this, if we run now npm start, this will run hello world for us and our application exits. Now what if I make multiple changes, right? So now I've gotten an error, I want to debug it. Now after making every change, I will again run npm start, it will give an output, and then it will close. That's not very feasible, right? Because even if we go to our Flutter project and our web version, you can see that every time we update our application, we have to run R so that our hot restart is performed, and then we can go back here again and well have our stuff. Now instead of doing that, what we did was run the iOS simulator using the flutter run command, right? Now a similar thing can be done using something known as nodemon using nodemon package in our npm in our node project. So if we do npm I nodemon -- save dependencies, which is save dev, and click on enter. Now I'll explain what this -- save dev flag means for us. But if we go to our package.json file and go over here, we can see dev dependencies, and in dev dependencies we have nodemon, not in dependencies. This is because this is a developer needed dependencies and not the dependencies that our application needs so that our user can run the app. We want it because it's for our benefit. And now if we add a script of dev and pass in nodemon /index.js, and we save this much, go to our index.js, and now run npm run dev, not npm start, because that was node./index.js. Now if we run npm run dev, you can see our hello world printing 3 times. There's no difference. You can see, actually you can you can see that our command didn't exit. It's still online. You can see that. Now if I make any changes, let's say I put in three more hello worlds, you can see 6 hello worlds printing, and I didn't have to run the command again, right? So this is what it does. It basically ensures that our application starts rerunning after every save that after every save we make in our application, right? So now this much is done. We can remove all of this. Now you might see a node modules folder over here. This basically contains all the folders of our node project, of all of these dependencies that we installed. So it contains all of those packages, so that it's beneficial for us, right? It doesn't have to look up the internet for the data, and we can test our apps offline as well. Now that's pretty good. So now let's try writing index.js, some code in index.js. Now we have to write the code in JavaScript. So first of all, what we need to learn is how we can declare a variable, right? So you can do that using const. This is done in Flutter as well. So with const, you can basically make sure that the value of this variable that we'll create, let's name it name, and we'll assign some value to it. It can be a string, it can be an integer. You don't have to specify any type of it, and neither does JavaScript know what type it is. So you can basically change that as well. So if we console log name, you can see Revan showing up. It's deprecated because it thinks it's something else, but it won't matter for us. So with this, Revan gets printed. And now, since it doesn't know what type it is, in Dart, it does know always that our type, or what our type is, unless we explicitly mention that it's of the type dynamic, or we don't mention any type. We basically leave it with var n, and well, mark it as late. So basically then only Flutter won't know the type. So here also JavaScript doesn't know any type, and we don't have to explicitly mention any type. JavaScript is a highly customizable language, and it's statically typed, which basically means that it's dynamically typed language, which basically means that you can't enter any types. So you don't have to write in string, name, anything like that. It will give you an error some point or the other. So make sure to use constant, which is a practice in Flutter as well. And now if you try to put in name equal to 5 and save it, you can see that we are getting an error. Now this is not because, well, it's an integer. This is because, well, we have assigned to a constant variable. So if we change this to var, which means variable, and this is in Flutter as well, you might know, it means that the value of this variable can be changed. And now you can see that we are not getting any error. And now if we console log name, you can see 5 and Revan showing up, which is a pretty cool thing, right? So that's done. So now what we need to look at now relating to our application is imports. So how can we import our files? Basically, how can we do something like this? Import package flutter material.dart, but not that, because we are going to import an external file that we downloaded from npm website, not the package that was built in Node, right? So if we had any package like http, and it would look something like this, import package http.dart. We don't want that. So basically, to import something like this, we do this in Flutter, but in Node.js, what you have to do for that is, well, constant express equal to require express. With this, we have imported express, and we have saved this to a variable called express. Now we can use this express variable anywhere we want, which is a pretty cool thing. Now we can also create HTTP, so we can require HTTP as well. We can do the same for mongoose as well, and save this much. You can see all the imports showing up. Now we have saved these as constant because their value won't change, because we are importing them, their values cannot change, right? Now after importing all of these, we need to make sure that we create a server. So to create a server, we can do constant app equal to express, which is this variable right here. So we have basically we have called the express function over here, and we have saved whatever object that it returns in our app right here. Now I'm saying object because you need to make sure that you understand this, that everything in JavaScript is an object. So basically everything, so similarly like in Flutter you have everything you can see is a widget. Everything in JavaScript you can have is an object. So over here it will return an object to you, and we have saved that in app. Now we will create a port that we can listen to. So we can have port, and we can pass in the port number over here, which is basically 3000. You can even have 3001, 3002, anything you want. I'm going to go with 3000 because it's the default one people generally use. So let's follow that. Now the port number you can see is 3000, but what happens when we deploy it, right? Or we want to make sure that this port access, basically no one knows about this. So what we can do is process.env.port, and then we can pass in 3000. So what this line basically means is that if there is a variable called port, and this variable comes only 2 times, which is basically when you upload the project to another website so that everyone can use it, which is called deploying your Node.js server, only then you can get this port, which the website will give it to you. So, or you create a .env file, and you can check .env package on npmjs.com, and you can see .env. So this will basically allow you to hide all the data stuff in your app basically. So if you have the MongoDB URL that we are going to have in a while, you can save that in the .env structure or the .env using the .env package. So when you save the port property like this, you can get the port right. So it checks if process.env.port exists or not. If it does not exist, then we need to use the port number 3000, else we are going to use process.env.port. Cool. Now we are going to create a server. Now the server can be created using HTTP. This is this package right here, http.create server, and then we need to pass in the app, which is the express instantiation. So after doing that, we have a server. So now we can listen to our server. So listening to our server, we can have server.listen, and then we need to pass in a port number, which is the port that we have over here. Then we need to pass in the host name, and for our host name is going to be 0.0.0.0, which is basically that IP address from where anyone can access your website. So that's pretty cool. And then you need to pass in a callback function. Now I've described to you that callback functions is the way using which Node.js basically handles all the asynchronous requests, and we are going to pass in the callback function over here. And now we have created a server. So now console.log, and we can have server started and running on port, and then you can pass in the port number, which is port, and you can save that. And now after saving, you can see server started and running on port 3000, which means that our server is running successfully, which is a great thing, right? So we have listened to a server, but I want to show this to you in our console.log. What if we have more variables? Do we keep on adding port? Suppose we have more variables, not just port, but we have created the port variable, which contains a value which can be printed. So we are using port. So will we keep on just typing plus and stuff? Isn't that irritating? Even in Dart, that's irritating, right? So what do we do in Dart? We basically do $ and then pass in the port, something like this, right? Now this isn't accessible in our JavaScript, and this process is, by the way, called string interpolation. So to enable that, what you can do is use backticks, which is a key below escape button. So you can have that, and when you click over there, now you can see this is a string, and now we have interpolated our string, and then we have passed in the port over here. Now if we save, you can see the same output, but now it's much cleaner and we don't have to use the plus operator. Right. Now after creating a server, what we need to do is, well, first of all, have a middleware so that all the requests that come to our application, so that whatever information comes from our application, which is the front end side, to our backend side, will be in a particular format. So we can do app.use, and then we can pass in express.json. So this thing over here, app.use and all of this, is called middleware. Now with middleware, you can basically tell the it is, as the name suggests, middleware. It basically means that it is in the middle of the front end and the back end. So suppose we have front end. Then we have back end, right? All the data is going to the back end. But what if we want to modify the data that's going? So what we can do is, before the backend, add something known as middleware, and now it will manipulate the data that we're getting, and then it will go to the backend. Right. Now what we've told over here is, basically to tell the front end, to tell the backend before getting the data, that whatever data goes in over here is going to be in the JSON format. So whatever data we receive in the server, it's going to be in the JSON format. That's all we're doing with this. This is a very important step, so don't forget to do that. Now the next thing we want to do is connect to the MongoDB. So to connect to the MongoDB, what you want to do is, well, go to this website, mongodb.com, and well, sign up. So I'm also going to sign up with you so that well, I can give you a company along and we are on the same page. So you can click on the sign in tab and then click on sign up, and now you have the create your account option. You can pass in all the fields and or sign up with Google, it's your choice. And then we'll after signing up, we'll see. So now you're on the after selecting an account, or just passing in the email field, you can click over here, I accept the privacy policy and the terms of service, and then click on submit. So now you can see the welcome screen. Tell us a few things about yourself and your project. So we just want to learn the MongoDB. Then what type of application are we building? Mobile. So where is mobile? Let's find mobile. Yep. And what is your preferred language? Well, it's Dart, but you wouldn't care. So let's type in JavaScript and finish it off. And now we need to create a shared one because that's the free one. We don't want the advanced or the preview one. Now if we click on create, and let's close this thing, we don't want any help from there. And now we can just mark the default options. If you want, you can change any of it you want, but I'm going to go with the default one. And then you can click on create cluster. Now we don't want to do any of this. If you want, you can tag your friends or you can do anything you want. I'm just going to skip all of this. And now we are into our MongoDB project. Now I'm going to create a new project. I'm not going to follow the one that it's automatically generated. I'm going to click on new project. And over here in our project name, I'm going to mention, what am I going to mention? So let's mention a project name which will be Typeracer Clone Tutorial, and then click on next. Now we need to add members and set permissions. So if your team is bigger and you want to add more members, you can definitely type in over here and add them. But I don't want that. I will click on create project. After this is done, well, you can just click on build a database. We can again create a shared cluster. We can again go with the default options and create a cluster. Now, how would you like to authenticate your connection? So MongoDB has to make sure that your connection has been made, right? So now you have to enter your username. So you have to make sure whatever you type in these input fields right here, username or password, you need to make sure that you remember them, because it's going to be it's going to be needed in the next step when we connect to our MongoDB. So I'm going to pass in a username and a password. Don't try to use my URL or my password, because I'm going to delete this project right after just creating this video. So now if we click on create user, that will do for us. Now we need to enter an IP address. So I'm going to enter an IP address of 0.0.0.0, which is just 4 zeros. And then I add a description, allow access from anywhere, because 0.0 means that allow access from anywhere. And then click on add entry, not add your current IP address, because that will make sure that only you are able to play your game and access the database, but not anyone else. This will be helpful in testing purposes, but if you forget that, then you'll be stuck over here and it will be a logical error, so you'll be stuck over there for quite a while. So now after that, you can click on finish and close and go to the databases. Now I'm not going to save any password. And now in the meantime, it's creating my cluster. What I can do is go to my database access and check something. So my username is Revan, which is correct. Authentication method is this, which is correct. Read write any database @admin, which means that we are the admin, right? So that's good. And all of our stuff is done pretty well. If you want to edit, you can click on edit option, and that's working pretty well as well. Now you can go to the network access and you can see 0.0 includes your IP address, allow access from anywhere. Now that's great as well. That's both the options that we wanted. So now we can go to the databases deployment tab and let's wait for it to complete. Now as you can see, our cluster has been created. In case if it's taking more than 3 to 5 or 10 minutes, then try refreshing, closing your tab and then again rejoining, again connecting to this. It shouldn't take this much while. It generally takes 1 to 3 minutes. Mine got over in 2 minutes. So now you can click on connect for the cluster 0. Now what do we want to do? We need to connect our application. So we are going to connect our application using MongoDB's native drivers. We have our driver Node.js, which is version 4.0 or later, which is all pretty good. Now you can just copy this URL, go over here and create constant DB, and we can pass in the URL over here. Right now you can see this URL, and this is our username, and it requires a password over here. To pass in the password, you can type in any password that you typed over there. I typed in this password over there, and make sure to remove this angle bracket over here as well, else it will give you an error. And then you can pass in Revan123, basically my password, not yours. But if you try to access this URL, you won't be able to get anything, because I'll be deleting this project as I've told it to you. So yeah, make sure to make all the configurations by yourself. So now the next thing we want to do is, well, connect to our database. So to connect to our database, what we can do is use mongoose.connect. And before doing that, let's complete this. So we can close this, go to our cluster, go to our collections, so that whenever we create, like we have Firestore, it has collections, this has collections as well. And yeah, so now we can connect. So mongoose.connect, and now we need to pass in a database URL over here. So now the database URL is going to be DB, and now we can use .then. So now .then is basically similar to the Flutter .then, or if you're not familiar with it, basically if you have any Flutter code, then you can, and it is asynchronous. So in Flutter you call it a future, right? So you're getting data from any external API, let's say. So you get any data from this URL. It's not a valid URL, I know, but you'll get a response anyways. So you do this, right? Constant res equal to this, and then you mark your function asynchronous, pass in await over here, not constant because its value is going to change. So you convert it into variable and then you get the value over here. Cool. Now we are not in a function, so we can't use asynchronous, right? So what we need to do is use .then, and that's available in our Flutter as well. So if you do http.get .then, which gives you a data, then you can do d.data and well save it to some variable. So let's say you have an already created variable called res, and you save d.data to it, you get some stuff. So basically all of this is called future, right? And the future is called promise over here. You can see promise. So with .then you can resolve the promises or well complete your futures. So yeah, we get some data, but we don't care about that data. What we care about is logging to the console that our connection has been successful. So we can type in connection successful, and this is all. Let me correct the spelling. And now this much is done. Now to catch the errors, what we do is .catch. It will give you an error, and this is what we care about. So if we have any error, we can just do console.log e, and this much should be enough. So now if we save this much, you can see connection successful showing up as well, and server started and running. That means a MongoDB connection has been successful and our server is listening as well, which is pretty cool. Now the next thing we want is well listening to SocketIO. So all of this is the backend code, and there is no interaction with the front end code. Now the connection will be made with the front end code. Now we need to go on the top and create a variable called IO, which will be requiring socket.io, and then we call server. So what basically this does is well it requires the IO, which is the package something like this, and we don't need this object. I don't know where it came from. So basically with this socket we are requiring the socket.io, then we are calling that function, passing in the server to it, which is this http.create server. So we passed into it, and well it helps us, right? Now we can take this IO and well we can listen to our SocketIO events. So what we can do is listening to SocketIO events from the client or our Flutter code. Now we can do io.on. Now with this on, you can make sure that the connection is made or not. So what we can do is connection. So with this we are asking if the connection is made or not. So on receiving the event of connection from the client, what we want to do, well we'll again have a callback. So we'll receive a socket over here, and now when we receive when the connection is made, what do we want to do? Well we'll just console log socket.id. So every socket that we have will be different for every user that we create. So socket.id will basically give us the ID of the user. That's awesome. So now let's connect to our front end and see well if we are able to make the connection from front end to back end and well connect everything and get everything into place. So now before moving forward, I want to show to you that the Node.js documentation over here. So now you can see that we are creating a like the Node.js documentation says that we can create a server like this. Now instead of putting in all of this stuff and getting a more secure server, this is just not very secure, but getting a more secure server, we can do that with just this line express and then creating a server like this. This is much more better, as you can see, and this is the usage of Express and the beauty of using Express in our application. It's like the standard package you always use with Node.js. So like if you're not that an advanced and developer and you just want your apps to be working, so that's what you do. So now what you can do is now we need to connect to our front end. So now I can clear this, and well go to this package over here called SocketIO client. It is available in pub.dev. And I'll mention this link in the description below, and all the other packages that we use for Node.js as well. I'll mention all of them in the description below. You can check them out and gain more knowledge. So I want to install this. So what I can do is copy this, and I'm going to use an extension called PubSpec Assist. If you follow me or followed my previous tutorials, you know that I always use this package called PubSpec Assist, and you can see that. So it basically allows you to add dependencies to your Flutter application pretty quickly. So now what I'm going to do is Command Shift P, or if you're on Windows, Control Shift P, and then click on PubSpec Assist, add or update dependencies, and pass in the dependency name SocketIO client, and click on enter. Now since we added a new dependencies to our pubspec.yaml file, we can terminate our app. We can even terminate our Chrome so that it works properly. And for now, let's just remove it because we don't want extra battery to go away, right? Because we're not even testing over there. It is going to work because you can see that it works on Dart, Native.js, Flutter, Android, iOS, Linux, macOS, web, Windows. So it works everywhere. All the like platforms Flutter supports mainly right now. Cool. So now, after having SocketIO client, to create a SocketIO client instance, we first of all import the SocketIO client, then we create an instance of the SocketIO client, and then connect it. But we're not going to do it that way in our application in this class, join room screen class. Now that is because we also need it for the create room screen class. You already know that. So it will be quite messy, right? Because we need this, we need the instance in join room screen class, in create room screen class, and even in the game screen class that we're going to create, where we'll be able to play the game. So we want it to be one time instantiated as well, because if we instantiate one time, suppose over here, and then over here, and then in the game room screen as well, that would mean that we have 3 sockets, and we'll have 3 different socket IDs as well, which is not a great thing, because after that at some point we need to make sure that both the socket IDs that we're using are the same. Now we don't want the socket IDs changing, so now we need to make sure that our entire app has just one SocketIO instance, and that we'll be using everywhere. To do that, we can make use of a pattern known as Singleton Pattern, which is a common pattern in software engineering. It basically means that we restrict the instantiation of the class to one single instance. So we'll be able to use that instance everywhere in our app. So what I'm going to do is minimize this widgets and screens folder and create a new folder called utils. Now this utils will have socket_client.dart file. And we are going to import SocketIO client as IO. Now with this prefix, we are basically telling that we can access all the methods using IO dot, and ahead of this we can do anything that we want. Cool. So now let's create our class SocketClient, and we need to implement the singleton pattern, and we don't have to install any dependencies to do so. If you want, you can do that. Dependency injection, you can use all of those stuff, all of those packages. I'll mention the link in the description below. There's no need. You can just do it using the Dart class, and pretty easily, I might add. So first of all, we need to create a variable. So we can call that io.socket. It's going to be nullable, and we can call that as socket. So now we have created a nullable instance of our socket class. Now we need to make sure that it's internal. So basically we can just do SocketIO.internal, and we are creating an instance of the class over here. So what we can do is socket equal to io.io, and we need to pass in the URL over here. Now what is the URL going to be? Our IP configuration. Now to get the IP configuration, you can go to your terminal, pass in ifconfig over here, and you can go to the top and find inet over here, and you can copy this IP address, which is your IP address for your app or for your Wi-Fi. Terminate this terminal because we don't need that, and add that IP address over here. And now we need to mention the port number that we gave in our Node.js file, which is over here 3000. So we can add that, and now we can save this much. After that, we need to add some extra options so that our app runs smoothly and it works on web as well. So we are going to pass in string dynamic, which is going to be a map, and we want transports to be a WebSocket, and we want auto connect to be false. So we'll put a semicolon over here, and after that we need to make sure that it's connecting. So we can do socket.connect, and this will still give an error because our socket instance is nullable over here, and here we have passed in the nullable type as well, and it doesn't accept the nullable type. So we need to make sure that it's never nullable, and we have this much. So this function is basically an internal function, which is a private class, and well, basically this is what it is, and it will run the following methods whenever it is called. So this function will not be accessible outside of this class since it's private, so that's cool. Now we need to create static socket client get instance. So we are marking this socket so that we can just do socket client dot instance, not static, sorry. We're putting a get over here because so that we can just put socket client dot instance, and we will get socket client, basically a type of the socket client, which is, well, this part over here. So here we can check if the instance is nullable. So if instance, and we don't have the instance right now, so what we can do is create a static socket client instance, and we can make sure that instance is, if it's not equal to null, then we can do socket client dot internal, and whatever value it gives to us, we can store that in instance and then return the instance. So yeah, and we need to mark this as private as well, and this much is done. With this operator, what you can basically do is this work over here. So if instance is equal to null, then we need to save to the instance singleton, not singleton, sorry, socket client dot internal. Right, so this is a shorthand operator for doing this stuff over here. So if instance is equal to null, we need to store some value in the instance, right? And then we need to return it. And if it's not null, then it contains the value, then we need to basically return this instance. Pretty cool, right? And this is the implementation of singleton classes. Now we'll get the same instance that we'll use everywhere in our application, and it will make our code look cleaner, and well, it will be much more cleaner. Cool. So now we can go to our screens, and we can go to the create room screen, and we can create an init state function where let's not create an init state function. We'll create that later so that we can listen to the upcoming methods that we'll receive from the Node.js server. But for now, we can just create a function which is called testing. And now we can just emit something. So now what we can have is final socket client, we'll mark it as private, and we can have socket client dot instance. Right, now we can take the socket client and we can access the socket over here, and then we can call the emit function on it. With this emit function, we are basically making sure that we are sending an event to our server, and our server is decided by whatever URL we provide over here. So with this, we are basically telling to emit some message. So the event is going to be test, and we are going to pass in this is working. Now we are getting an error, and that's because of the null safety. So you can just put an exclamation mark over here, And well, this is done. Now let's call this testing function somewhere. So whenever we create an on tab, we just pass in the testing function. Don't do this because that will basically send the emit request multiple times, because you are not storing the address of the function, you're calling the function, which is not what we want. So that's done. Now we can basically rerun our app and let's see what's happening. So I'll run without debugging on our iOS simulator. And in the meantime that's loading, we can listen to this event that it's there. So we can go to the index.js file, and on connection we have console logged our ID. Now that's there, but we also can listen to the event that we're getting. So with this we can listen to socket.on, and we have to pass in the same event name as this, which is test. So we can pass in test over here. And then we'll again get a listener, which will be a callback function. So we can listen to it like this. This is how you create functions in JavaScript, by the way. So now if you console log something, let's say whatever data it's getting. So we'll get the data from here. So we can name this data and get data. Now we can console log this and save this much. Go to our create room. And we don't have to pass in any nickname for now, so we can click on create, and now you can see a socket ID coming, and this is working properly coming. So that means our singleton classes is working pretty well, our stuff is working pretty well, all is working. So now let's try to store some data in our MongoDB whenever we click on create room. Alright, so for the create room screen, what we're going to do is create another file here in our utils folder and call it socketmethods.dart. Now in this socket methods, we are going to create another class which will be named socket methods, and here we are going to have all the function calls basically, which will be the socket methods. So create room, join room, all the logic of our game is going to be in this class, and it's good to have a logic in a different file, and also it will make our code neater. So that's how we're going to proceed with it. So now let's create a socket client. So let's have a socket client here, and we'll do socket client dot instance dot socket. We're getting the instance of the socket client, and then we are making sure that the socket is not null, because it can never return null, because if it's null then we are passing it a condition that if it's null then we need the socket client dot internal, and then it will finally just connect. So that's good. So now the next thing we want is, well, we want to create the game. So let's create a function to create the game. So let me add a comment, and here we can have a create game function. Now this create game will take a nickname because we have it in our input as well. You can go to the create screen here and you can see it's only nickname that we want from the user input. So now if we check if the nickname is not empty. So if it's empty, then we don't want to do anything. If it's not empty, then only we want to proceed. So if it's not empty, then we need to pass in socket client dot emit. So we basically need to emit to the server that we need to create a game, and we'll pass in this event over here. And along with that, we're going to pass in some data. Now the data can be dynamic, as you can see. So it can be a map, it can be a number as well, it can be a string, anything. So we'll pass in a map, and this map will have nickname, and we'll pass in nickname from the parameter. Now we can save this much, and this is all the create game logic that we need. So now we can go in our index.js file, and here we can, in our io.on connection, first of all let's remove this socket.on. Actually, before moving to the server folder and the server part, we can remove this part from here because we don't need this test function now, and we can create a socket methods initialization. So we can have socket methods equal to socket methods, and now we can remove this socket client from here, take in the socket methods, and on tab we want this to run socket methods dot create game. And what we need to pass the nickname. So the nickname is going to be the name controller.text. So we can pass that, and this is done. So now what do we need to do? The next thing we want to do is, well, over here in our server, we need to listen to this request that we are sending from the client, which is this part, the socket methods part, the create game event that we have here. So to do that, we can have socket.on. So we are listening to our event, and the event name is create game. And it will be an asynchronous process because we are going to save data in our MongoDB. Now we will have nickname from the parameter because that is what we are returning from here. And we have this kind of syntax over here because we are destructuring the object because, well, we sent a map over here, right? From here we sent a map, and map is an object in JavaScript. It's called an object. So we are basically destructuring it so that we can take the nickname out of it. Make sure to spell this correctly as this because it destructures this way. So it has the same name, so it takes that way. Or what you can do is just give a random variable data, and then you can access it using data.nickname. But that doesn't make any sense to me. This is a cooler syntax and a much better way to do things, I guess, because it reduces your writing of code. Cool. So now we can have a try catch block because it's going to be an asynchronous process. Now we can use async await over here because we are in a callback function, which is essentially a function, right? So now let's console log the error that we get. Let's put E over here because that's what we are getting over here. And for the try block, we can create a game. So now to create a game, we need a model, right? So to create a model, we can go over here, create a new class called model, and well, let's have the model. So now the model is going to be a game model, and we pass in game.js. So now the model, how are we going to create this model, right? And why do we need this model? Well, I told you that Mongoose allows us to model our data, and this is why we need model. Just like in Firebase Firestore, if you've used it, we model our data, right? And that's what we are trying to do here as well, because it allows simplification and makes our code neater, so that if you want to add another property in our model, we can add that and we can manage that stuff properly. Now, this is a benefit of Mongoose. It gives us more options as well, which is a good thing. We'll see that. So now let's start by requiring Mongoose here. So let's have Mongoose. Again, to remind you, this is how you import stuff in JavaScript and in Node.js. Now, what you need to do is create a game schema. Now, this schema essentially means that it will define the structure and the content of the collection that we are going to make, the game collection. So it's going to describe all the property that it's going to have, and it's called schema, more like collections, but yeah, that's fine. So now it will have a new Mongoose schema. So let me have Mongoose. Let me have dot schema. And we have to pass in, let me type it well. Now we have to pass in an object over here because that's how we are going to define the properties in mongoose.schema, right? Everything is an object, and well, we try to put everything in object, and this is a much better way of doing things when you add properties and stuff now, right? Because even in Flutter and Dart, we use map to do such kind of things. So now let's have a words. Now you don't have to pass in an inverted comma over here. That's not the requirement for JavaScript, unlike Dart. Now you can have an array of words, and we're going to have an array of words. This is because we need to check if each word that we type in is correct or not. So to check each word, we have to create an array of words or a list of words in JavaScript in Dart. So that will help us, right? And this is how you tell that it's going to be an array. Now we have to add a property. So what is the type going to be of this array? So what is this array going to consist of? Is it going to contain numbers? Is it going to contain Boolean values? What is it going to contain? So we can have a type, and the type is going to be string, because all our words is going to be string. None of them are going to be int, boolean, anything like that. Then we'll have a players array, and for the players we are going to define another schema which will be a player schema. So let's create that. So in our models we can have player.js file, and in the player.js file we'll again have mongoose. So we can have constant mongoose equal to require mongoose. So now the player schema is going to be new mongoose.schema, and then we have to pass in a set of properties. So what will our user have? Well, first of all, nickname that we are going to accept from the user only, and to define the type of this we can directly add an object notation. Now that's because our nickname isn't going to be array, so we are not doing something like this. Instead we are just passing in this object right here, because we don't need an array. That basically tells that it's going to be an array. Now the type is going to be string. Cool. Now the second property it's going to have is the current word index. Now this property will help us to identify which user is on what index, so that we can show the user progress on both the screens. And well, with this we can even check the like the word we are on. You'll get to know that when we start to work on the logic, but for now you can just take it as the current word index the user is in, and that will help us to find more stuff like the progress and the syncing between both the users, or 3 users, how many users connect to that to that room. So now the type is going to be number, and the default is going to be 0. So we are going to start with the 0th index. So every user is on the 0th index when it starts. So we are going to pass in a default as 0. So basically this property just tells us that if we don't explicitly mention the word index, then it will take in the default one. And if we mention that, it's going to override the default value. So now the next property we need is the words per minute, and that will be calculated at the end of the game. So we can have a type number, not number, and the default is going to be -1. Now this is because even 0 words per minute can be a words per minute score, right? -1 can never be a score, and that's why we are going to pass in -1. Then we are going to pass in the socket ID. As I mentioned, socket ID is going to be different for every user, and then we can have a string. And finally we need a property which is called isPartyLeader. isPartyLeader is basically suggests that if we created the group or not. So if we created the group, it's going to be true, else it's going to be false. So we can have a type boolean, and we can have a default of false. And now whenever we create the game, we are going to set the isPartyLeader to true, and we're going to work that in the index.js file, but the default is going to be false. So the first user who enters the room is going to be the leader, and after that the people are not going to be the leader. So that's there. Now we just need to export this player schema. Unlike Dart, we can't access in all the things here are going to be private, so we can't directly use player schema here. So if I try to use player schema, you can see that I don't get any auto suggestion, so that means we can't use it. Now we'll do something known as module.exports, which is equal to player schema. With this we are basically telling that we need to export this player schema, mongoose schema or whatever type it is. It needs to export this out of this file, so that we can access it. So we can take this player schema and use it now. So player schema, and now you can see we get the auto suggestion. So we can click on that, and you have constant player schema, which will require from /. Now this // just suggests that we are going to use a file If we use something like this, it means that we are going to access some package, but this player package doesn't exist, so it will give me an error as well. So now we can just put // to suggest that it's going to be a file. And since they are in the same folder, we can do // This is called relative importing, which is a good thing. So now we have the words, we have the player schema. Now we can have a property on the game schema known as isJoin. Now isJoin will basically suggest if the user can enter the room or not enter the room. So it's going to be of the type boolean. The default is going to be true. That means the isJoin property is going to be true. We'll have isOver property, and isOver property is going to be of the type boolean as well. This will tell us if the room, if the game has been completed or not. We're not going to make use of this property in our application, but if you want to extend this application, make it much bigger and much better, then you can obviously use this isOver property. Now the default over here is going to be false because isJoin is true. So if isJoin is going to be true, that means isOver by default is going to be false, because isJoin means that the user can join. IsOver means that the user cannot, that means that the user cannot join. So that's there. Now the start time is going to be the timer. So with start time, we are going to record the time at which the game started, so that at the end we can calculate the words per minute. So we can store that, and we can have type number. Cool. Now we just need to export this model from here as well. So we can have constant game model equal to mongoose.model, and the name of this model, first we need to pass in the name of this model. The name of this model is going to be game for us, and then we need to pass in a schema. Now the schema is going to be game schema. We can save this much. Now we need to export this, so we can do module.exports equal to game model. Now one thing I forgot to mention is in the player model, if you go, you can find that we are not creating a model out of this schema. We are just creating a player schema, but we are not creating a model. This is because there is no need of this model. Models are created when you want to store the data directly as a collection in the MongoDB. But we don't want that for the player. We want to save player as a property. So we want the players to stay as a property of the player's property. So like not property, but so we want this player schema to show as the value of this player's property. And we don't want to save that as an as yet another model, right? We just want it as a value to this property. That's why we are not going to create a model of this player. We are going to create a game model only. And that's why over here we have exported the player schema, which is basically a schema. And with that schema, we are going to save that in the players. I hope that is understood. If not, please comment down below. I'll explain it to you again. Now you can go over here and create an object of the game class. So what you can do is let. Now let is another keyword which is similar to var, but only a bit difference. You don't need to know the difference, but it's basically like you can change the value and stuff, and it's better in JavaScript to use it. I don't find any reason to know the difference, but you can definitely use var over here, which is variable, but you can also use let, which is another third type of declaring variable in JavaScript. So now we can create game equal to new game. Let's get the name, and now we don't want gamepad, we want game. And now we're not getting the auto import because that's not the name of this game model. It's called game model, not game schema. So what we can do is constant, not over here. Okay, yeah, okay, over here we need to do it. So we can have constant game equal to require, and now we need to require this, but before that let's change it to equal sign. Now we need to require this from the models folder. So what we can do is require /models. We are in the index.js file. We need to go to the models file, and then we need this game.js file. So what we can do is /game. we don't need to pass in .js because that's understood, but you can definitely type game.js, it wouldn't matter. Now you can take this game and put it over here, and we already have that. Now what do we need to do? Well, we need to pass in some properties to our game that we have over here. So first property is going to be the words. So we can have game.words. And now what is the words going to be? Well, for that we need to go to an external API and call it. So here we can create another folder called API, and I'm going to name this getSentence.js because, well, we are essentially getting the sentence, and since the function inside is going to be called getSentence, we can have that. Now, as I mentioned previously, to get the sentence, we are going to use Axios, which is something like HTTP in Dart. So we can require Axios, and after that we'll create a function. To create a function in JavaScript, first you need to mention the variable. So like how you initialize the variable, which is constant getSentence, which is equal to asynchronous. We looked at that. Then we need to take in any parameters if it takes, then an arrow function, and then a curly pair of brackets. So with this, we are creating the function. Functions are the same concept. It's just the syntax that is different. Now you can fetch to the random API. So what API are we going to use? Well, it's a quotable API. I'm going to mention the link in the description below. Do check it out. It's a really great API. Everything is free. You don't even need an access token or an authorization token. Nothing at all. And you can get a random API. So to get a random quote, well, we need to have a GET request on the endpoint called /random. But where do we need to send the API to, right? So this is the production URL that we're going to do. So we'll have api.quotable.io. So I can put that in a new tab because it's a GET request. I can put that in the new tab. And well, I want to get a random quote, right? You can even get more quotes like list quotes, get quote by ID, according to the author, list tags, get author by slug. So that's there. So you can get a random API. So you can do api.quotable.io/random. And you can see that we are getting it in a JSON format. If you're wondering how I get the JSON format, you can check out this tool, JSON Formatter. It basically formats the JSON in whatever format you want, like this format, which is much readable to use in my opinion. So we have to send the GET request to this. You can check all of these endpoints out and create one by yourself. But now if we read the documentation carefully, it returns a single random code from the database, and we can have various parameters to it, and it's going to be query parameters. So if I want the minimum length to be, suppose, let's say 10. So if I do 10, I'll get a content which is of 10 words. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And we get 12 words of content. That is because I've passed in the minimum length as 10. If I do it again, you can see that it's even better word, even a better line, right? So yeah, this is it. So we can grab this, and I don't want the minimum length property over here, so I can remove that, and I just want random, however long it is. I don't care about that. So yeah, we have that. Now we can go to our Axios and send a request. So we can do axios.get, similar to the HTTP, and then we can pass in the URL. We don't need to pass in URI.pass and all of that stuff. We don't need to convert it into URI. We just have to pass in the URL, and that's it. Now you can add extra query parameters according to your choice, but I'm not going to do that. And now I want to save this whatever the result comes in. So what I can do is constant joke data equal to this, and since it's going to fetch from the net, it's going to be an asynchronous process, so I can await this. If I save this much and go back to a browser and look at the API, I'll get to see what I want to do, what I want to return from the get sentence function. So what I want to do is, well, I have a JSON format over here. Then I want to go and just find the content. So I want to get this data object. Then I want this content, and well, that's all I want. So now what I'm going to do is return joke data dot content, and this is how you access every field on the JSON format you get. It's pretty simple. With JavaScript you don't have to do all of that stuff. I mean, you can do, but it wouldn't make sense when you have the dot structure to do. So we have dot data, which will get us all of this object, this entire object, then the content property on it, and this is all that we get. And now we know that we want to save it to a words, and the words over here, if you check, is going to be an array, right? So what we can do to convert it into array? Well, I can just call a method known as split and pass in this. So with this split, what we have done is essentially, we suppose we have this function, content. So basically, joke data content returned to us this sentence called this is Rivan, right? So this is all that we got. Now this is Rivan is this part over here. Now if we split it, now as the term suggests, we want to split this sentence. We want to split this sentence how? So we want to split this sentence after every space that is left. So this part over here. So after every space it is left, we want to split it. So it will convert this into an array and then add every element to this array, and it will become this. So this is Rivan will become an array, which will be this is Rivan. It will only it will judge by a space. So if you want, you can do it like this. So it will not judge by a space. So it will convert this into every character, and then you can check for every character, and you can make your app like that. But it's going to be a lot of process for the sockets to do, and I don't think that would be a great way to do it. There might be other ways, but I don't think I'm able to click it right now. So this is what we're going to do. We can split by a space, and yeah, we can have that. So now we are going to export this function as well. So we can have module.exports equal to get sentence. Now what we can do is go to our index.js file, and we can pass the sentence over here. So let me create another variable called constant sentence equal to await get sentence, and we get the autocomplete because that's the name of our function as well. And we need to call in this function, so I'm going to use parenthesis as well. Now we are going to set the sentence to game.words. Now we need to pass in the players. So to create a player, we're going to create a new object. So we can have let player equal to, and what do we want in our player? So first of all, we need to pass in the socket ID, and as I told before, we can access the socket ID by just doing console.log socket.id. So we can pass in socket.id, and it will be different for every user, so no need to worry. Now we need to pass in nickname, and the nickname is going to be nickname. Now in JavaScript, what you can do is, if you have the two the value and the property as the same name, you can just type it like this. So it will know that it's the property and the value are of the same type. So we just need to pass in the nickname. Then we can set is party leader to true, because we are creating the game, and whoever creates the game is going to be the party leader. Now we have a player object ready. So what we can do is game.players, because that was the name of our field in game, and we can push. So we need to push to player. Now what does this push does? This push basically suppose you can so to explain it pretty well, what we can think is this is game.players is an array, right? Because we have set this as an array. So in Dart, to do the same thing, what you would do is game players dot add, right? And then you would add the player. But in JavaScript, you do the same thing like this. So that's how you do it. You are basically pushing to the array this value. I hope that clears it out. And now we need to save all of this data to the MongoDB. So what are we going to do? Well, game equal to await game.save. It's going to be an asynchronous process since we are storing it in the MongoDB. So we can just do await game.save. Now we also need a game ID. So to get the game ID, first of all, let me show this process to you so that it clears your doubt and well, we get to know that this much is working at least. So we can go to our Node.js server and you can see the socket ID showing up. That's pretty cool. So now we will enter our nickname. If we just click on create, you can see that we are getting this. Before running it, I'm going to remove this socket.id because it creates a confusion for me. I'm going to do Control-C to stop the terminal execution and then clear it to clear the terminal off. And then again run npm run dev. Connection is successful, that's good. Now if I click on create and well go to my database and in my cluster 0 to check if there's any data, you can go in the collections tab and you can see our games coming over here, games collection. But so that means everything is working, no request has been sent, so that's good. Now if we type in a nickname, let's say Rivan, and click on create, and if we refresh, we need to refresh because MongoDB isn't a real-time database, so it won't update automatically. And now we in our games collection over here, we can see our game being created. So we have our words array. Let's see if it's correct. Time is the wisest counselor of all. So that means our words is working. Then we have is joint set to true, is over is set to false. These were default, so we didn't change them. And then we have a players array. And you can see the zeroth at the zeroth element because push basically tells that it's going to be the zeroth index, obviously. So this is an object and you can see name, current word index, word per minute, socket ID, party leader and ID of the player showing up. Now what is this underscore ID that's showing up for both the schemas? Well, whenever you store any schema to your MongoDB, it will give you a particular unique identifier with which you can tell yourself that we have this ID and we can access this database, right? Like this property on this database. So whenever if you are familiar with Firebase, if you do firebase.collection add or set, all of those methods, so that will generate an automatic ID for you in the document, and that's basically what this did. So that's done. So now our data is being saved to our database and we've done all the database stuff for our create game, but there's still more work to be done. So whenever our socket is being created, it's joining a game, but we want it to be in a separate room, right? If it just doesn't join any room, that means it will be available publicly for every person and every person who doesn't even join the room, right? Because well, it hasn't. So we can consider socket as, let's say, food, and we'll call it food. Now food can be in room A, room B or room C, right? And all of these consists of different humans or different players. So it will have player 1 over here with player 2. This will have something similar with player 3 and player 4 and player 5. And this will just have a player 6. Right. So now this food has to go in one room. Otherwise, small amount of food won't be shared in 6 people. So instead of just putting it randomly globally so that every person in the room can access it, like every person in all the rooms can access it, instead of doing that, what you can do is just assign this food to a particular room so that enough players can be accommodated for enough amount of food, right? So that's what we're going to do. We're going to make it join the room so that all of the stuff that's happening doesn't reflect in all the screens and just shows up in just one screen. So to get the game, what we're going to do is, well, take the game ID that's created over here. So we can call this as a game ID. So we can have game ID equal to game. Now we have saved the game, and after that we have resaved this game that we created over here and resaved this with this whatever this save function returns to us, which is just how the data looks in our application. So what we can do is take this game and call game dot underscore id dot toString. We need to make sure that it's a string, and then we can tell the socket to join this room. So we can do socket dot join game ID. Right now, if you don't make that join, again I'm telling, if you don't make that join, it will basically put you globally, and it won't be fun to play with so many people, and it will just be a global event, not something personalized you can play with your friends. Cool. So now we need to emit this data back to our client. So what we did was, a brief overview was, we got the client input, then we told the client to send it to our server. Now this server processed some data and send it to MongoDB, and now it's telling our client. So now this server is telling our client that yes, we have saved the data, and now you can go to the next screen. So that's what we are going to do now. So to emit it back to our client, what we are going to do is make use of IO, which is this over here. We can take IO dot to game ID dot emit, and we need to emit the event known as update game because we need to update this game, and this event is going to be used multiple times throughout the app. So make sure to make the name is correct throughout the app if you change the name. So make sure it stays the same. And this is all that we need to do. Now you might have seen that we called socket.on over here and sent it using io.to. And what is this .to, and what we know io.emit, right? We don't even know what io.to is. So basically this line means that we have IO. Now the difference between socket and IO is that IO is used to send messages globally. So if we just do io.emit, it will send message to everyone that is there in our server. Well, the entire Node.js server, okay, not the room, but entire Node.js server. It will send a message to every user in the Node.js server, but socket just makes sure that we send it to the client and not anyone else at all. So with socket, we are sending it to one client, which is ourselves, and IO, we are sending it to everyone on the whole app. And to prevent sending it to the whole app, we use .to game ID. So with .to game ID, we have joined, we are basically telling the global IO to not send it to just the entire, the global Node.js server, but instead just send it to the people in the game ID. So whoever has joined this game ID, we have to send that person this message, which is update game, and we're passing in the game object that we have. Cool. I hope that was understood. Pretty basic stuff. Now, if I go back to our create room screen, and well, now we need to listen for it. So even for listening, what we're going to do is create a method over here, and we can call that, let's say, update game listener, and we can have build context, because you'll understand why we need the build context in a while. So we need to do socket client dot on. So we are listening for the event of update game, right? Let me just check if it's correct. Yep, seems correct. And now we will get some data from here, and this data is going to be an object. Now, what are we going to do with that object? For now, let's just print it. And let's save this much. Now, let's rerun our app and see what we're getting. So if we create, enter your nickname, it's going to be, let's say, Naman this time. And if we create and refresh our app, and also in our terminal debug console, we should see something we haven't seen, and that's because we haven't called the socket methods in our create room screen. So we need to listen to the socket, right? So whatever listener we have over here, we need to make sure that we're listening it in the create room screen. So we can have an init state where we can listen to all the events, and don't worry, this will run for the first time, but it will keep on listening and and will tell us whenever we get a new event. So we can take this socket methods instantiation that we created and call socket methods dot update game listener, and we have to pass in a context. I'll tell you after some time why we need that. And the context, we can use it outside of this build function, because this is a stateful widget. It provides context outside the build function in our lifecycle methods. If you don't know about lifecycle, link will be mentioned in the top right corner. Do check it out. So now if we save this much, again create a room. Let's call this test123 now and click on create. You can see our data coming, which is insane because it is working. That's great. Now the next thing we want is, well, now we need to add state management to our application. So if we go to this update game listener, we need to make sure that we are not passing all the data that we get through the constructor. That would be just, terrible choice to make. As and when our app gets bigger, constructor usage will be a lot more, and it wouldn't make sense at all. So what we're going to do is use a state management called provider. So to add provider, you can go to the this link. I'll mention the link in the description below, and you can add that, and we can add this provider dependency. So you don't need to have knowledge of provider as well, but if you have, it's really great, because I'm not diving deep into it. I'm just covering the basics, whatever we are going to use in the app. So now we need to create a model, because that's how provider works. So we need to create a model for our application. So we can have model, and well, what can we name the file? So we can name this, let's say, game state, because that's the game state of our app. And we can have a game state, and now we need to pass in some functions to it. So properties to it, not function, property. So what is the property going to be? First of all, it's going to be an ID. So we can have ID. Then we need a list of players, this part here. Then we need a boolean of isJoin. Then we need a boolean of isOver. Let's make it camel case. Then we need a final list of words. And finally, yeah, that's all I think. Let's see if we covered all. Words, isJoin, isOver, ID, players. Yeah, we've covered all. Version doesn't matter for us. Now we can create a constructor for this. So let's require all of this, and I'll see you after we've required all of this. Alright, we have our constructor ready. Now we need to create a function that will basically convert anything we get. So we have our game state model here. It will basically convert it into a JSON format, which is like a map format, and it will return that. So we need to pass in the ID, which will be the ID. then the players, which will be the players, then is join, which will be, then we need words and we will pass in a words array, and finally we will have an is over property, which will be is over. That's all that we need, and now put a semicolon, and this is all that our GameState class is going to have. Now let's create a new folder called providers, and it will create the provider implementation. So for the providers, what we can have is, well, let's name it GameState provider, not too much thinking. And well, let's create a class known as GameState provider, and it is going to extend change notifier, and that is coming from Flutter only, not from the material, the provider package. And now we're going to create a game state. So now this game state is going to be private, and then we're going to create a game state. So now the ID initially is going to be an empty string, players is going to be an empty list, is join is going to be true because that's what our app is also, and even our models over here, game.js, the words is going to be an empty list, and is over is going to be false. We can save this much, and now we'll ignore the warnings because we are going to update the game state. We will also create a getter for this, so we can have map string comma dynamic get game state, and then what we can do is game state dot to JSON, right? So this will convert it into JSON, and that will be a good thing. Now finally we will have a update game state function, which will basically take in all these arguments and then update the game state accordingly. So what we can do is required string ID, required list of players, will basically require all of that stuff. So what we can do is go to the game state, copy all of this and paste it here, and we can remove this. So what I'm going to do is press Option and select all of this. So we can have this, and finally this. We can remove this much and our work is done. So now we need to update the game state. So to update the game state, it's quite simple. Just take this game state private property that we have and set it to a new game state model. So we can have game state, and we need to pass in all of this stuff. Now it's the same thing, so we don't have to do much more efforts. We don't have to put in all of that. And now we have updated the game state, but we need to tell the widgets that are listening to it that yes, we have updated the game state. So what we can do is call notify listeners method on it, and this will tell all the widgets that are listening to our provider that yes, the game state has updated, please update your widgets. And that's how easy provider is. So now I will terminate the app processes, run it, and in the meantime get some more stuff and more work done. So what we can do is, well, let's close all the save files and then go back to our utils function, socket methods, and well, whenever we get the update game, what do we want to do? Well, we want to get the game state provider. So we will have game state provider, and we'll do provider dot of context, and this is why we needed context from that application so that we know where we are in the widget tree. And then we can have game state provider because that's the type, generic type of our provider. And now we need to update the game state. Now to update the game state, what can we do? Well, pass in all of these fields. So to pass in all of these fields, we can have, what is the name? Data over here. So what we can do is data and pass in underscore ID because that was the property of our MongoDB. So you can see it's underscore ID over here. We can copy this and pass in players is join words, and finally is over. we can save this much, and well, we have our game state provider ready. So we have updated the value. All of our widget know about it now. Now, if all of this stuff is done, we need to go to the game screen, right? Because we clicked on the we clicked on the create now, and now it went to the server, it stored all the data, and now it's giving us a positive feedback that yes, you can join. So what we are going to do? Well, join. So what we can do is put an if condition which checks that if data underscore id dot is not empty, and we are getting this error because we've gone out of this listener. We have to put that in the listener itself, not in the function, like in the function, but in the listener as well. And here we are going to check if the data ID is not empty. That means that we have updated the ID of the user, and well, it has some ID right now. Then we need to go to the other screen. Now the other screen can be the game screen, which we're going to create over here. So we can have game screen dot. We are going to import material package, create a stateless widget for now, which we'll convert to a stateful widget. Pass in a scaffold of body of text. We're not centering it, doesn't matter. We'll call that game screen. Can save this much, and well, now let's do navigator dot push named, and we'll pass in context and a game screen. Now the game screen is going to be this, which we created in our routes earlier, but there is one thing we still have to fix, and that is the provider. The provider won't work as of now because we haven't made one little configuration and we haven't added game screen to our routes. So let's add that. So we can have game screen, which will be a context, and it will be a constant game screen. Cool. Now the one configuration that I was talking about is, well, wrapping this material app with a widget known as multi-provider. So what you can do is wrap this widget with another widget called multi-provider. Now this will take in providers, and you have to pass in change notifier provider, and we need to create, I'll explain what all of this is, but for now let's just write this much, and we have this. So basically what we did over here is wrapped our material app with multi-provider. It's like we created a container on the top of our material app, just above the material app, so that we can use it for all of our descending widgets in the material app. That means throughout the app. So with this, we are able to use everywhere in our app. Now this multi-provider, instead of that, you could have used consumer or something like that. But multi-provider allows us to use multiple providers, and it's a great way to do stuff. So we are going to use multi-provider because then we'll be able to add another provider, which we are going to add, and it will suit well for the app growing bigger and bigger. Now this change notifier provider, you can see, creates a change notifier using create and automatically disposes when change notifier provider is removed from the tree. So basically this means that, as the name suggests, it changes the data and it notifies to all the descending widgets that I mentioned previously. So it will tell all the widgets that yes, this data has been changed and this is the provider, and well, this is change notifier. And if we go to this class, we have used an extended change notifier so that we can use notify listeners. Right, now that's done. So yeah, what we can do over here is, well, check if it's not empty and save this much. Let's restart our app and see if we go to the create a new class called Revan123 and create. We're not going, and that's because we are getting an error over here. And this is because listen is not set to false, which basically means that we have used the provider.of, this syntax over here, to access the game state provider and update the values in it. and well set up our state management, we have not updated the we've used it outside of the build function, right? And whenever we use outside of the build function, we need to set listen to false. And if we do that much and restart our app and try to do it again, we will not see this error coming. So if we do test123 create, we can see that we went to the profile game screen, and well, that's great. And now if we refresh our app, it should be there, and that's because, well, we are on the game screen. You can see our data over here as well, and that's pretty cool. So yeah, we have created the room. Now let's work on the join room screen. So the join room is going to be similar to this. So what we can do is create a, so we can take this listener down where there will be other listeners as well, and let's just put that like this. And now let's create a join game. So we can have a join game, and it's going to be named join game. We are going to have a nickname and a game ID. So let me put that as well, game ID. And here we are going to check that both the input fields should not be empty. So it's going to be game ID dot is not empty. And now we are going to emit not create game but join game event, and then we are going to pass in this object here, which is game ID and then game ID. That's cool. Now we need to go to our server, but before going to our server, let's use the socket methods. So in our join room screen, let's create a final socket methods equal to socket methods. We instantiated that. Now we can take the socket methods, go down in the on tab and pass socket methods dot join game, pass in the game ID, which will be underscore game ID controller dot text, then the nickname, which will be nickname controller dot text. And yeah, we have done that much. Now let's close all of these files in the client side and go to our server. So in our server, we'll have index.js file, and here we need to listen to an event called as join game. So we can have another event. This is for the create game. This is going to be for the join game. So it will be socket.on, and let's remove the comment, socket.on join game. It will be asynchronous. It will have a nickname and a game ID, and then we are going to pass this like this, a callback. So we'll again have a try catch block, pretty similar. Whenever we are saving to the database, we need to do all of this stuff so that we handle our errors properly, all of our exceptions properly. So the first thing we need to do is, well, check first of all if the game ID is a proper MongoDB ID or not. Now to do that, what we're going to use is something known as regex. If you're not familiar with it, I'll mention a resource below to know more about it. So with this regex, you can just pass in a regex expression, which basically tells that this all should be there. So with this, we have basically checked that the MongoDB is a proper MongoDB ID or not. And now if it's not a proper MongoDB ID, what we need to do is socket.emit not correct game. We are going to use this not correct game as well multiple times. So yeah, make sure to use it. So now not correct game, and then we need to pass in a data which will be a string, which will say please enter a valid game ID. And then we are going to return out of this callback function that we have, so that we don't execute further, right? Now, if we don't have any issues like that, we need to get the game. So what we can do is let game equal to await game. Now to get the game, we just need to use the ID, and we can do that using game.find, which will basically return the list of the properties that will match this. So you can just pass in a property that you want. So suppose you have the game ID, so you can pass in the game ID like this. As I told, this is a shorter syntax but it will return a list. Even if it's 1, it's going to return a list. Now there's find 1, you can just find 1. Then you have find by ID, find by ID and delete. All of these functions you can take a look. All of these are pretty, self-explanatory. And we are going to use find by ID because we have our game ID and we just need to pass in the game ID over here. Now we need to check if the game is joinable or not. So if the game has already started, we don't want the user to join in, right? So we're going to make a check if the game is joined. So that means the property over here is true. You don't have to pass in is equal to true over here. Nothing like that. You just have to pass in if game dot is joined. Then we need to join this user in as well. So what you can do is constant id equal to game dot underscore id dot toString. Now we will take this player, we'll pass in the nickname, the socket ID, and the socket ID will be socket.id. Something similar to this, except we won't pass in the party leader because it's going to be false, and by default it is false. We have set that. And now we need to join. So we can do socket.join, and we need to join to this ID right here. So we are joining there. And now we are going to do game.players.push, and we'll pass in player over here. Then we will save the game and save it in the variable save as well, a game as well, sorry. And then finally we are going to emit to the game room this message here. Cool. Now we'll put an else block, and now the else block means that the game is not joinable, right? So what we can do is socket.emit. Make sure to use socket over here because we only wanted to send this user notification to our user, right? Because this is the user that cannot join. All the other users have joined in. So we're going to do socket.emit because socket is client sided, and then we can pass in not correct game. And then we need to pass in the message which says the game is in progress. Please try again later. Now after saving this much, and this much is enough, we can test our app. So let's try. And we have passed an update game only over here. So what we can do is go to our join room screen over here, and in our class we can create an init state, and we can just implement the listener in our init state just like we did for the create room screen. So we can have socket methods dot update game listener, pass in the context, and that is all that we need. So now if we go in the join, pass in the game ID. So all of these rooms are joinable, so that's good. So we'll pass in the nickname as, let's say, tester, and both of these are the same. Now whenever this happens, this basically means that we've passed in the same controller for both. So if I go down for the game ID, you can find that we've passed in the game ID controller. So let me change that. And now for the game ID, I can paste the game ID that I have and click on join. I've joined to the next screen, and well, if we refresh our app, so now if we go down and check our players array, we have a 0th index which is our game leader. You can see it's true, but we will have another index as well which will be the user. The nickname is tester, exactly what we typed. The current word is index is 0, party leader is false, and the socket ID for both is different, which means that it's generating different socket IDs for both. And you can see that the ID that MongoDB generates for us is different as well for every player schema. So we can be sure for every ID that's coming over here as well for the game model. That's pretty insane, and we've got both of this to work. But now let's do some more testing and see if we are able to join when isJoin is equal to false. So we can edit this over here only. And yeah, this is how you edit, and click on update. You can update this in MongoDB itself. And now if you click on join, I'll call this user 3 and enter the game ID, click on join. You can see we are not able to join, and if we refresh our app, and well, before that, while that's happening, what we need to do is, well, go to our socket methods. That so you can see in our socket methods that we have not created any a listener for not correct game event that we have over here. So we'll create that listener over here as well. So we can have, after this update game listener, not correct game listener, pass in the build context, and here we can have socket client dot on not correct game. So if it's not correct game, then what do we need to do? Well, we basically need to show a scaffold messenger, right? A snack bar. So we can do scaffold messenger dot of context dot show snack bar, and the snack bar is going to be the snack bar, and the text is going to be data, because we have passed in a data only, like a text only, so we don't need to make any extra configuration. And this is all. So we can take this not correct game listener and put it in the join room screen and the create room screen. So what we can do is socket methods dot not correct game listener, pass in the context. We can take this, copy from here, paste in the copy room screen as well. So we can paste that here as well. Now if we refresh and try testing our app, but before that, let's check our MongoDB. It has been refreshed and we don't have the second user model. So if we try to join again, and let's say Revan, and we pass in we do not pass in a proper game ID. You can see the correct message outputting. Please enter a valid game ID, because it doesn't match the regex condition for being a Mongo ID itself. Now if I take the isJoin false ID, we can click on join. The game is in progress. Please try again later. That means all of our stuff is working. This is pretty cool. Now let's get on to working on the game screen logic. So now for the game screen, what we need to do is first start a timer. So whenever we create a room, let's create a room on our iOS simulator, and let's give a name of Revan, let's say, and then create. Then over here in the bottom, we should see a start button just for the leader. We don't want anyone else to join, like if anyone else joins in, we don't want them to get the start button. And when this starts, we need a timer over here to display. So what we need to do is, well, configure the timer. So before configuring for the timer, we need to configure for the text input field to show over here. So to do that, what we are going to do is, in the game screen class, we are going to add a property in the scaffold known as bottom navigation bar. So this will help us add any widget that we want. For us, it will be a text field, and we can add that in our app. And we're going to call it constant game text field. And we're going to create this separate widget. This widget will not be the custom game button that we created in our widgets over here. You can see custom button, custom text field, sorry. And we're going to call this as a game text field and not game text button. This is because we are going to create a text field over here mainly that will show up for other users except the leader, but it will show up for the leader as well when we start the game, right? So we'll call this game text field, and we'll configure all of that stuff in our widgets class. So over here we can call this game text field dart, and now let's import a material package. Then we'll create a stateful widget, because it will be a stateful widget. We know that from now, and we're going to use that as well. So let's create that, and we'll have game text field. Cool. Now we'll return a scaffold over here, and after that, in the scaffold, actually not even a scaffold, right? Because we're going to return a custom button for now. We'll configure for the text input field later when we start to add operators like if conditions and all. But for now, let's just get the custom button, the widget over here, and we're going to reuse this widget over here. and we'll pass in the text as start. Let's pass in start, and we'll pass in an on tap. Now the on tap is going to be some function which will start the timer. So we need to create another function on the top in the class of game text field. So we can have, let's say, what will we call this? Let's just call it handle state, as easy as that. Handle start, not state. Then we can just have this much. So now what happens? So whenever we click on handle start, we need to run this method. But what happens when we run this method? It will start the timer for us. And how do we need to start the timer? Well, it will go to the server. So we could have used two approaches. Let me explain it to you carefully. So we could have used two approaches. Well, the first approach will be the client-sided approach. So what we would have done in this method is, well, start the timer on all the clients, on all the connected clients. And how would we do this? Well, we would send a request to, well, let me just put a colon, and we would have sent a request from the client to the server saying that, you know, we just need to have this method over here. Like, we need to start the timer on all the connected devices to our room. But the timer would be created over here. So we would have implemented the timer for every client separately. Now, you might have noticed the loophole over here. If some client just disables, it's pretty hackable, you know. It's not a great thing to do stuff. So what we're going to do is use the server-sided approach. So over here, we're going to tell from the client to the server that please start the timer. But the difference will be that we are going to start the timer in the server itself. So the server will again respond back with the message to the client saying that, okay, we have started the timer, and we will pass in the numbers over here. So the countdown will be 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then it will start from 120, 119. So all of the, you know, the timer that we set in. So if we set 60 seconds timer, it will go 60, 59, 58, and it will go on all the devices. So we are pretty sure that it's going to be same on all the devices, and well, we'll avoid the chances of getting any bugs, right? So now let's do that. To handle the start, what we want to do is, let's go to our socket methods, because there we are going to create another method of start timer. So over here in our socket methods, we can create a function known as start timer. Let me change so we have start timer, and over here we are going to accept the player ID and the game ID, because we have to tell, right, what player requested the timer to start, so that we know it's the leader only who started this, and then the game ID, so that we can find the appropriate game that we are in. Cool. And now we can emit using the socket client, so we can send it to our server. So we can have socket client.emit, and we'll pass in the timer event, and we'll pass in a map of player ID and player ID, then the game ID of game ID. Cool. Now let's rename this. ID looks kind of off, so let's have that, because we've used this type of game ID for everywhere in our app, you know, over here. Alright, so what we're going to do is go to the game screen, and first of all, let's import the game text field, import the library. Now we are not looking at the warnings for now. So now again, going to the game text field, what we can do is, well, start the timer. So what we can do is socket methods, and we have to create an instance of the socket methods class. So we can have socket methods equal to socket methods. Then we have to take the socket methods instantiation, then put it here, socket methods dot start timer. We need to pass in the player ID. Now what is the player ID going to be? Well, it's going to be the player who we are. So to find the player who we are, we are going to create another function known as find player me, so that we can find our own player. Now to get our own player, it will be quite easy to do, right? We have our socket client over here in our socket. Let me go to that class, socket client over here. So we have the singleton class. We can request the socket client instance that we have. Then we can take that instance. With this, we'll going to get the instances. Then we can request the instance and call .id on it. And then we are going to get the socket ID for this user. And then we can check with every user in the players array. So what we're going to essentially do is go to this players array over here. We're going to get the 0th or all the players array that we have. Then we're going to map through every player object, and then we're going to check this socket ID property on each of the players property. And then one socket ID will be equal to the socket ID client that the client has. So it will not be an issue for us, and we'll be able to rectify it that who the current user is. So which user is accessing right now for us. Cool. So over here we can have this function created, and then we need to loop through the players in the game. So how are we going to get the players? Well, the players we are going to get is pretty easily, I guess. So what we are going to do here might not be the best approach to take, but no other approach click my mind. So I'm going to follow this method. So what we are going to do is call init state, and in the init state, we are going to initialize our provider. Now, since this is a stateful widget, we can access the context anywhere in our app lifecycle methods, init state dispose anywhere in our app. So what I'm going to do is create a variable known as game state provider, which will basically connect it will have an instance of the game state provider for our class basically, and then we are going to initialize this game variable in the init state. So we can have game equal to provider. Let's import provider dot of context, and we are going to give it a type of game state provider. And then what we can do is set listen to false, because we are using this outside the widget, and this is all that we need. And now we can call the find player me and pass in the game to it. Now it will accept a game in the parameter over here. So we can have game state provider, and we'll accept the game. Now, since this accepts game state provider, and this is of the type game state provider with a question mark, which means that it's nullable, we have to make sure that we pass an instance that cannot be null. So it will be an exclamation mark. So that means that it can never be null. Cool. Now what we can do in the find player me is, well, take the game.gameState, and we'll have the players array on it, and we are going to loop through all of the array methods, so like all the objects in the array. So we can have dot for each method, so we can call for each, and the for each will return to us a player. So we can have player, and then it will be an anonymous function, and then we can over here check. So if the player socket ID, so we have each player's object. So we get the player object over here, and now we are checking with the player object socket ID property. So we have this array, we loop through this array, we got this object, and now on this object we are checking if the socket ID is equal to the client socket ID. So if it's equal to socket client dot instance dot socket dot id, now make sure to put this exclamation mark because this is of the type question mark, nullable. Cool. Now you can put a bracket, put a semicolon after that as well. And now if the socket IDs are equal, that means this is the player. So what we can do is create another method at the top, which will be called player me, and we'll instantiate that to null. And then what we're going to do is take this player me, and we are going to pass in the player object to it. So if the socket IDs are equal, that means that this is the player, and we are storing that player to our object. So this is the player me. And now to start the timer, we need to pass in first of all the player me ID. So we can have player me ID, and then a game ID. Now for the game ID, what we're going to do is, well, get the game ID from here, from the parameter. So we can have game state provider game, and then we can pass in game.GameState, and then we'll pass in the ID as well. This is all that we needed to do. Cool. So now on the on tab, we are going to send the game data. So we can have handle start, and then we can pass in the game data. Now we could have passed in the game like this over here, but the problem is that in future we're actually going to use the instantiation over here as well. So we'll have this, let me copy this, and we'll save this to final game data equal to this, and I'm going to remove the listen false property because we are in the build function. So basically we are going to use this game data call again and again because the game is going to update. So the game data is going to update, and whenever the game data updates, the provider will help us to notify all the widget members who are listening to this game data that the widget has updated, and therefore we are going to use this game data and not this game that is created on the top, because we can't listen to it, right? Because we can't listen to its active updates. To listen to its active updates, we need to use it in the build function or remove the listen false part. So we can just do it like this, and you won't understand it right now, but if you understand it, it's great. But if you don't understand it, no worries. When we use it, you'll see the difference, and I'll explain it again. So now if I go back to the screen, you can see start, but it doesn't look good. It's just too congested over here. So what I can do is, well, try to wrap it with safe area. Let's see the first approach and remove the constant field from here because it won't matter for us. And now you can see game state coming a bit more up, but that's too much up. We don't want that too much up. So what we can do is instead remove the safe area and now wrap it with the container, because we will specify the margin over there. So we can have container, and then we can pass in margin with const edge insets dot only, and from the bottom I want 10. So if you like the safe area part, you can follow that. I'm going to follow this one because I want to set my own bottom property, because I just want it to be a bit above this line over here. So that's my preference. If you want, you can just customize it the way you want it. That will be a great thing. So now let's try to create a listener in our index.js file. So what we can do is listen to it over here, timer listener. So what we can do is socket.on timer, and then we can have asynchronous properties, and we are going to accept that from the parameters. Now I'll go back to my socket methods to make sure that these are the terms that I'm using, because we are de-objectifying over here, if that's a word. I'm not sure if that's called de-objectifying, but basically we are doing that. So destructuring, I forgot the word for a second, but it's called destructuring. So we are destructuring it, and I've told it to you before, we need the same variables over here, else you will get an error, and it will be a logical error, so it's going to be a bad one. So now we're going to create an anonymous callback function as well. We did that, and it's going to be async because we are going to get the data from the server. But for now, let's just console log that our timer has started. Timer started, and then we can save, go to our save server, and now click on start. Timer started, that means our timer is now, not timer is working, but the timer event is working. So now let's get the timer working. So to make the timer work, we need to realize something. What do we want in our timer to do? Well, basically we just want it to show on the top 5 first, the countdown part, right? So it will be 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, right? And after that, it will show the game starting. So we have to do a bunch of configurations there as well, because we'll have to set the isJoin property to false, because we don't want users to enter after that countdown. they can enter during the countdown, but we don't want them to join after the countdown has been completed and the game has started, right? So we have to make sure that, and we need to pass in the countdown. So we need to make these properties happen. So to do that, first of all, let's get the room that we are in. So we can do that with the game ID property. So let's find the game. So we will have let game equal to await game dot find by ID. We are familiar with this method now, and we have to pass in the game ID. Now we can save this much. We have our game. So now we need to get the player that we have. So we need to get our player. So that means we want to check if we are party leader or not. So what we can do is let player equal to game dot players. So that will get the game players. So this array over here, and then we can do something like dot ID player ID. So with this, we are basically finding a player with the ID of player ID. We don't need to do all that for each method mapping. All of that is not required. Any iteration is not required. You can just check it using dot ID and then pass in the player ID. So that will find the appropriate player ID object for you, and it will return it to you and store it in the player variable. So now we want to check if the player is the party leader or not. So if it's a party leader, only then we need to make the changes, right? So this is a double check. If somehow our app glitches in the client side, we can still check over here and, well, make stuff happen, right? So that's a good check. So now we have a party leader over here. So if it's a party leader, we need to continue forward. So now we need to set an interval of 5 seconds, because that's how long our countdown is going to be. So let's create a timer ID, and we can have timer ID. And now to set the timer, so what we need to do is have set interval, and now this set interval will have a callback function which will return nothing, and then the number in milliseconds. So that will mean the delay we want. So with this, we are basically creating an interval, and as you can understand by interval, we are going to create a delay in our app, and we are going to show that delay, which is going to be the countdown. So right. So now in this, we can create a callback which is going to be asynchronous, and now we are going to create a countdown. So now if the countdown, so we are going to create a variable for that. So let's create let countdown equal to 5, and let's make it camel case. Now we can check if the countdown is greater than or equal to 0, then what can we do? Well, if the countdown is greater than or equal to 0, we need to keep sending it to the user, right? So now if you don't completely understand it, you can see that we have our set interval property over here. Now set interval takes a callback function which will run after every these many seconds, milliseconds actually. So if I want to do after 1 second, we can do 1000 milliseconds, because 1000 milliseconds is equal to 1 second. And then what we can do is, well, after every 1 second, this timer over here will run. And then we can check if the countdown is greater than or equal to 0. That means the countdown is still on. What we can do is send to our client side that the timer has started. So what we can do is io.to game id.emit timer, and then we are going to pass in something which is going to be countdown first of all, because we need to display the number. And then we also need to pass in a message, because we have to give the user kind of a brief, right? That you can't type during this. The game is still starting. The game hasn't started. So we are going to tell them game starting. And now this much is enough. So yeah, this is what we're going to do. And after every 1 second, we need to make sure that the countdown decreases as well. So it's 5 right now. So let me walk you through the process of what's going to happen in this if check. So if the player is party leader, we understood that part. So we are going to create a delay in our app, and well, the delay is going to be after every 1000 seconds. So what this function will basically do is run this callback, this much part over here, after every 1000 seconds or 900 seconds, whatever value you mention over here. It's going to run after that many seconds, this function. And in this function, we are basically checking if the counter is greater than or equal to 0 and countdown is 5. So in the first iteration, it is going to be 5 is greater than equal to 0. Yes, it is greater than equal to 0. So it's going to send to the user. Then the countdown will decrease to 4. Then after 1 second, it will again run. So if 4 is greater than equal to 0, yes, we can send to the client again that it's 4, then 3, then 2, then 1, then 0. And then we can go to the else condition. And over here, we are just going to print, for now, we are just going to print the game start. And here we can just type the countdown. So let me type in the countdown. Cool. So now let's test our app. So to test our app, we can just click on start and we can have 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 and 0 and then game start. That means this function is working pretty well and you can see the delay, and game start is still working. You can see that after every 1 second we are getting this. So that's really cool. But we need to remove this, this iteration. So let me stop this server for a while and clear this, then run it again. So we need to stop this from happening, right? That the game start shouldn't happen. So this game start, so if the game has started, we need to stop this interval. So what we can do is clear interval and then pass in the timer ID that we saved from at the top over here, which is this ID over here. So that will stop the timer for us. Now if we run our app again, you'll see the difference. We clicked on start, 5, 4, 3. And now you can see no print message because you have removed the print, but you can see that after 0, it stopped. So that's nice. So we can do the displaying process later, but for now, let's work on the else condition as well. This means that the countdown has gotten over and we need to start the game. So what can we do? Well, first of all, we will set isJoin property to false because we don't want the users to join now. Then we will save the game. Await game.save. Then we can send to the game ID that we have updated stuff now and no user can join in. So yeah, we're going to send an update game and we can start the game, right? So with the update game only, we are going to handle all of this request and all of these events. And I think we forgot to put in clear interval again. We removed that for some reason, I don't know why, but yeah, we will again pass in clear interval. And now with that, this much is done. All of these properties are done, but still one thing is left, which is showing the actual game clock, right? Because now we want to show 120, 119, 118, all of those stuff. So what we can do is create a new function for that called start game clock, because it's going to get very messy if we write the same code over here. So we can have that in a separate function. Now this function is going to be outside of this function. So what we can do is outside of this connection of IO over here, you can see outside of this, we can type a start game clock function. So we are going to do it this way. There is another way of creating functions in JavaScript, which is using the function keyword, but I prefer the newer syntax. This is a newer syntax and I prefer it this way. And because we are kind of used to it, right? Because we have a declaration of some data type, but instead of doing that, we use const in JavaScript. Then we have is equal to, because we are assigning a function to this variable. So this is kind of a better way for, in my opinion, at least. So now to start the game clock, again, we'll need to find the game. So we can have game dot find by ID, and then we can pass in the game ID to it. Then we can have a start time. So as I said, we are going to save a start time. In our game model, you can see a start time property over here. So we're going to save a start time, and that is the current time that is right now, so that we can, at the end, we can calculate the words per minute based on that. So we can have game dot start time, equal to new date dot get time. Now we will save this game to our database, and now we are going to start a countdown of 120 seconds. So I'm going to create a variable at the top so that if you have any issues, you can just change it. So if you want your app speed to be 60, so you can have that 120, have that. It will be easily customizable. And after that, we also need to subtract, right? So this is how we are going to do it. Then we can have timer ID, similar to the fashion we had for this over here, this part right here. Then we can set an interval. We have to pass in an function. So now I'll show you another way of having a function. I told you there's another way. There is one way like this. The other way is something like having function, and we are going to call that game interval function, and then we are going to call this. So this is how you create a function in JavaScript. It's pretty similar to Dart, not going to lie, it's very similar. So this is how you create a function. Now we are not creating a function like this because it's not an anonymous function, something like this, because it's not going to be an anonymous function. We are going to call this game interval function after a point, so we need to pass in the game interval function. So we have to do that. So over here you can check if the time is greater than or equal to 0, then what do we need to do? So if the time is greater than equal to 0, we need to keep running the time. So what we can do is, first of all, format the time. So to calculate the time, what we're going to do is, well, we don't want it to show up like, 120, 119. We need to show it up as 190, 1 minute 59, 1 minute 58. So we need to format the time. So to format the time, we are going to create yet another function, and it will return some value. So I'm saving that value in that time format, and we can have calculate time, and then just pass in the current time. So this time over here. Now we're going to create this calculate time method, and this calculate time method, and I think we have not gone outside of the socket emit. We have to go outside of the socket emit. I don't think I did that. You have to go outside of this io.on part, as I mentioned previously, but I myself typed over here. So make sure to get out of this io.part. Alright. So now to calculate the time, what you can do is, well, first of all, you'll get a time over here. And now let's create it a function. So constant this equal to this, then have this. So now we need to calculate the minutes. So the minutes is going to be time divided by 60, right? And that's what our time is going to be. So whatever time we get, if we divide it by 60, we're going to get the number of minutes. So now to get an integer value, or so it's going to be a double value, right? So now we don't want the double to show up. We want the least minimum possible value that to show up. So if we get, suppose 100, suppose we get 1 minute and 41.45. We don't want that to show up, right? We don't want to show up. So we are going to use something like math.floor. So it will take in the least possible amount of time that whatever value we pass in, or whatever value we pass in. Cool. Now we can have second as well, and the second is going to be time %60. Now what does this percent sign mean? Well, it's actually called modulus. So time modulus 60 basically means that if we divide by 60, whatever remainder we get. So suppose we have some time, let's say 120, alright, 121 actually. So now when we divide 121 by 60, we will get 2 over here. Not 2, but we'll get 2 point something like 1 and ahead something, or 2.0 something like that. I'm not calculating it right now, but something like that. So match.floor will convert it into 2.0 or 2, something like that. And then second will do, well, if we have 2 over here, so if we have 121 as a time, and if we divide it by 60, we will get 2, but it doesn't look at the quotient, it will look at the remainder. So when we divide 121 by 60, whatever remainder we get, which is 1, because its quotient is 2, 60 into 2 is 120, and then we add a remainder 1 to it. So it will take in the remainder. So we have minute and second. So what do we need to return? Well, the time formatted. So what we can do is return, and we are going to use string interpolation. Dollar, we'll pass in minute. Then we have to pass in the second, and now we need to check. So we don't want to show something like 1 minute. If we have 1 minute 59 seconds, it looks good, right? But what if we have 1 minute 1 second? This looks kind of weird. So we need to check if it's greater than 10, the seconds part. We need to show 0 1. We need to add 0 before it. So we'll add that logic as well. So if second is less than 10, what do we need to show? 0, else not 0, but 0 plus second, else we need to show second only. And this is the logic we are going to use. Now we are getting a syntax error over here, and that's because we have used the less than operator. We need to use greater than operator. We need to use we need to use a ternary operator. So that much is done. We have calculated the time, so we can go back to our function where we have the time format, and now we need to send this to our client side again. So we can have game ID. To this game ID we are going to send .emit timer, and then we are going to pass in the countdown and then the message. Now the message is going to be time remaining, because earlier it was, well, game starting. Now it's time remaining, and now we'll definitely cut the time by 1. So we can have time minus minus, and this much is done. So now let's see our app, and to see our app we can console log it. So we can have time passed in, and yeah, let's run our app, start. And we are seeing an error over here, and let's see an error. Game ID is not defined. So we have not passed in the game ID, I guess. We have passed in, okay, over here the game ID is not defined, so we just need to change that over here. And now let's clear off everything and run it again. Now let's try. Start. 5 4 3 2 1. We are again having this error called data transfer is not defined. Alright, so we are getting this error because instead of doing date.getTime, I did data.dataTransfer.getTime. That doesn't make any sense. So it's date.getTime, not data transfer. And well, we have our server again running. Now let's again check. Now you're seeing we are getting yet another error, and that's because we haven't received any countdown over here. Now the countdown over here is not going to be anything else other than time format. So we need to pass in the time format. It's not going to be anything known as countdown. It's going to be time format, and this is the time format. Now for the final time, this should work. Hopefully there are no errors, and you can see all of these values showing up at once, and we still got a logical error, and that's because I haven't passed in the number of seconds after which this should run, which is 1000, right? So we need to pass in 1000. Alright, now having that done, we should be able to test our app finally. So let's create a new room altogether and start the process. Alright, you can see 120, 119, 118 showing up, and that's the time. Now, because that's the countdown, we haven't passed in the time format, else we would have seen, 2 minutes, 1 minute, 59 seconds. You get the point, right? So our stuff is working pretty well. No need to worry. So now we can get forward. So now if the time remaining also gets over, so that's something to look out for, and we'll do that after a while. but for now let's get with this. So this is the function that we have, and now after this function we need to return something. So it is going to be game interval function, so that method over here, where is that method? That event, not method, that would be wrong. This over here, start game clock, also gets something, return. And then we also need to call this method right away. So what we can have is, so now to make this function run by itself, what we can do is wrap this function with this and then call this method over here, so that this function starts running automatically, because we are not creating an anonymous function. This is how you want to do. So well, basically add parentheses over here, and after this curly bracket, and after that pass 2 more parentheses to call this function game interval function. And then we also have to pass in this 1000. And now let's go to our socket methods to start listening to the the timer. So what we can do is go to the socket methods and start with update timer. We can have build context, and then we need to have the timer. Now for the timer, what we're going to do is again create yet another provider. It's not necessary to create provider for this one, because it's just one value, and for one value it wouldn't make sense to just create a provider. But in case some person wants to modify the code I've uploaded on my GitHub and then take it and modify it accordingly, they can do it. That's why I'm going to create yet another provider, so that if there's any client side changes that are going to happen, they can pass that stuff in this client state, and it will be much easier to implement. So I'm going to create this in the client state.dart file. And let's have a model called class called client state. Then we can have a map of string and dynamic, and we'll call it timer. Then we'll have client state constructor, and we are going to require this timer. So we can have required this dot timer. Cool. And now let's create a JSON, 2 JSON function for this as well. So we can have string dynamic 2 JSON, and we're going to return a map. So we can have, let's create this as a function, and the map is going to return a timer of timer, and we're going to put a semicolon over here. So that's done. Pretty cool. So now we can create a provider for that, and let's have client state provider dot. Now let's create a provider for the client state as well. So the client state provider can be class client state provider extends change notifier. Then we can have client state. All of this stuff is very similar to the stuff in the game state provider class, because providers have a general way of doing stuff, and that's how I've been doing all of the stuff. So yeah, now the timer is going to be a map, so we need to pass in a map, and the map will have these values. First of all, countdown, which will be an empty string, and then a message, which will be an empty string. And we can save this much, and we'll go to the next line. We are getting this error because we need to convert this to a string, and even over here. Cool. Now let's set the client state. So we can have client state, we'll pass in the timer, and then we can have client state equal to the new client state that we are going to get, and the new client state is going to be, let's remove this import that came in, we don't need that. So the client state is going to be this timer that we are going to get through the parameter, and then we need to notify the listeners, whoever is listening to it. So now let's create a getter for this as well. So we can have map string dynamic get client state, and we can pass in the client state dot to JSON. Yeah, this is the code that we'll need for the client state. Now again repeating, we don't need to do this stuff for just one property, but I'm doing this so that if anyone needs access to my code and wants to update it and make it in a better way and add more methods or more functions to it, more features, they can add it pretty well and they can work on it more. That's why I've added it. Now if we go to the update timer method in our socket methods class, then what do we need to do? So whenever we get the timer of that we need to do, so we will have socket client dot on timer because we are emitting that from our server. What do we need to do? So whenever we get the data, we just need to set the client state provider class, right? So let's create a provider. So we will have final client state provider equal to provider dot of context, and we'll pass in client state provider to it, and then we are going to listen false because this is outside of the build function. Then we can take this client state provider, and then what we can do is client state provider dot set client state, and we are going to pass in the data to it. So we are going to return a map over here, and this needs a map because it requests a timer and sets it to the timer class, which is going to be a map. So we can directly have this. So we have updated our timer, so we can go to the game screen, and in the game screen, first of all, let's get the game. So we will have final game equal to provider dot of context, and we'll pass in game state provider to it. And I don't think the client side will work still because we haven't done one job which we always forget. Actually, I forget it, which is just passing it down the widget tree from our main.dart file. So we will do that as well after writing this boilerplate code. Cool. So now if we go to our main.dart file, create yet another provider, we can do that because this is a multi-provider, and we can have client state provider. And now we'll close the socket methods. We don't need that now. And over here, what we can do is, now let's create in the body some stuff. So we are going to wrap this with the safe area so that our child of, well, first of all, it's going to be this only, the time remaining and the part. So it shows up below this notch in the iPhone, which will look better. So we also want it centered, and the child is going to be a column, and the column is going to be having children, and the first child is going to be text, which shows the message, right? If it's time remaining or the game has started. So we can have client state provider dot client state, and we will have the timer method on it. You can see for the client state, if we go back, we have timer over here, and in that timer we need to have countdown. So we have to do client state timer and then message, because that's the message that we are going to have. Now we can convert this to a string. In case if it's not in string, it will have to be in a string, but let's just do it. Now the next thing we want to do is, well, have another text which will be a countdown. So we can have countdown. Obviously the styling will change, and we'll make the styling now. So it will be style of text style, font size of 30, and we are going to bold it. So we will have font weight of font weight dot bold, and it will be a constant. Then we can take this code, put it down here, and pass in the font size as 16. Let's do 16. Remove the font weight dot bold from here and save this much. Now let's create a room and refresh it for our for our Chrome as well, because we need to test it over here. And let's refresh it for our game screen as well, for our iOS simulator. So now let's create a room. Let's enter a nickname of player123. Create. We have created. Now if we go back and refresh, now it's not showing any timer because we have not emitted anything. And also I don't think this will run because we haven't added the listener part, right? So let's convert this to a stateful widget. We created the methods in our socket methods class, so we created the method over here, but we haven't used this update timer method anywhere, right? We need to listen to this. So we listen to this in our init state. So let's create an init state as well. And now let's create an instance of the socket method. So we'll have socket methods, and let's copy this and paste it after this as well. Wouldn't make a difference, but socket methods dot, and now we need to listen to the timer. So we have, I think, update timer. Yeah. And it passes in a context which we'll pass in. Very cool. Now this should work. Let's hope that it works. And now let's join in from our room as well over here. So to test it, I'm going to type in Rivan, and to get the game ID, I'm going to refresh. I'm going to go down. I'm going to take in this object ID from here, pass in over here, and join. Now I'm getting this start option. Now to remove that start option, we'll configure something, and now let's do it afterwards. So we'll click on start, and now you can see the timer showing up on both the screens, which looks awesome. And you can see the game started, but we are not getting the next option, and that's because we haven't configured for the update game method, right? So now let's configure for the update game method as well. So if we go in the socket methods and create an update game class, so we can have update game. Now make sure to not use this update game listener, and that's because update game listener will keep on updating, and if this listener gets anything, then it will basically send us to another screen, and we don't want to go back to the game screen. That's kind of stupid to do. It will just create a stack of screens for us, and we don't want that. So now update game is going to receive a parameter of context, and over here we can basically check for all of this stuff without sending it to other part. So we can basically copy this part, pass in over here, and remove the if check from here. And that's all that we need for the update game. So we can copy this, go to the game screen, and we'll pass in socket methods dot update game, pass in the context, and that is all that we need. So now if we refresh our app, and now you can also see that it's looking kind of plain over here. We need to, just not drop in any text over here. We need to make it a bit more stylish. So to do that, what you can do is make use of a really cool widget known as chip, which will basically add a bit of background, and that looks pretty good in my opinion. So this is the chip, and it accepts a label. So you can have a label, and yeah, you're done. So you can add the same widget over here as well. Pass in label, and yeah, you can see this showing up, and it looks cool. But now let's just remove it for this part over here. Game starting looks cool. So yeah, let's have that. So now what do we need to do is, well, test our app again. So let's restart. Also, we forgot to check if game is join is set to false or not. So we'll check that, and we'll keep a check on that. So now let's create a room, and let's go back to our main screen. So to go back, let's change the URL. So let's try to create a room, and we will have test123 user over here. Let's click on create, and we are on the other screen. You can see our widget showing up. So now if we go to the game screen, and let's see if it's working. For now, let's add our Chrome version as well. By the way, I've shifted to hotspot because for some reason my Wi-Fi wasn't working well. So I've changed the IP configuration as well. No need to worry about that. So now the point being, if we click on join and then add another user tester, and let's grab the game ID. So to do that, we'll again refresh, and instead of refreshing the website, you can just click on this button and it will refresh for you. But I have a habit of doing Control R again and again. So yeah, if we take this much, enter the game ID and click on join, you can see that they are on both the same, they are both on the same screen, and both the screens show the same thing. And you can see that we have the timer running, but we are still going on the next page. Now that's kind of weird. So what we're going to do to fix that is go to the socket methods, and in the update game listener, what we're going to do is, well, first of all, create a global variable in our socket methods class, which will be boolean is playing. Now is playing is set to false initially because we are not playing the game. And now in the update game listener, what we can do is, where is our update game listener? Over here, what we can do is check for year as well. So the game ID should not be empty as entered by the user, and is not playing should be set to false. Only then, so if the is playing is set to false, only then it will change to the next screen, else it will not. And after it is changed to the other screen, we can set is playing to true. So that means we are not able to navigate to the other page now. So if we refresh our app and refresh for our Chrome as well, and let's remove this and create a new room called Rivan create, and let's refresh this. So I'm going to click the refresh button now and go to the bottom. You can see that is join is set to false over here, and it's set to false. We also have a start time because it started, and this, the second document that shows up, is because of this that we have created over here, the new room. So we can grab this document ID, click on join, pass in the nickname, let's take that only, and then pass in the game ID and click on join. Now if we start, we should be getting the game starting. Looks pretty good. Now we are not transitioning to any other screen. So if we go back, you can see that we are not transitioning to any other screen. So that's a great thing. And all of this is working in sync. So that means our timer is working. So now instead of showing the start button, what I need to show is the text input field, right? We don't want anyone to see this. So as you can see, we don't want the Chrome version to see it because he joined the game. He's not the game leader. So what we can do is go to the game screen class over here. Let's close all the save files because we have got our one job working. And in the game screen, what we can check over here for our game text field, what we can check is over here. Yeah, we don't want to return the custom button for everyone. So here we can check if the player me is the party leader. So if it's a party leader, then we need to show the custom button. Else we need to show a text input field. So we can have a container of the child text for now, which says yo input field, right? And now let's have this much. Let's ignore the warnings because we are not going to use any container or anything of that sort, just to check if it's working. So yeah, now if we go over here, this iOS simulator will keep on showing, and now you can see as party leader it's getting null because we haven't gotten any area. Yeah, we should be getting that error basically. Now if we click on create and enter the name, and I'm going to create the room over here so that if we make any changes, we can see that over here. So now to join in, I'm going to pass in player, and I'm going to refresh. I again pressed Ctrl R for some reason. You always need to click on the refresh button because you're sending too many requests to this site and it will take so much time to load up stuff, right? You can see how much time it's taken. So if you go down to the bottom, you can grab this object ID, pass in over here for the join room, and let's wait to join. So if we click on test, we'll pass in the player name as text, enter the game ID which I've copied from MongoDB. You can see we have joined the room and we are getting a text input field over here, not any errors, not anything. That means we are successful. Now if we click on start, you can see that, let me click on start. You can see that the start button is not disappearing. So to do that, what we can do is create a boolean of isStart variable, isButton actually. So if the button should show up or not. So we can call this isButton and set it to true initially actually, because we need to show the button, right? So if isButton is true, then also we need to show the button, else we don't need to show this. So we should have an AND condition that if player is party leader and if button is true, then the custom button should show up. Now this custom button should not show up after the user taps on the button. So we can go to the handle start and set the state to isButton and set it to false. So one of these conditions over here is going to be false. So that means that the input field is going to show up. So now if I click on button again, you can see no change happening because we have changed the state of our application. And when we change the state of our application, we need to rerun the application. Now we are getting this error. Now to explain why we are getting this error, this is because we refreshed our application so it doesn't have any ID, but we called game screen on it, and game screen requires an ID. So we have called the isPartyLeader over here, but isPartyLeader of what? Player is null for us. That's why we are getting this error. So now to create the room, we can pass in Rivan, create the room, go over here, join the room, and then pass in player, enter the game ID, and let's refresh. I again refreshed the app. I don't know why I do that. We can take this game ID and click on join. We can call this player, enter the game ID and click on join. You can see that we have joined. We are seeing the input field for other, and now we can see the input field for this as well. So now let's design the text input field. Now the text input field is not going to be the custom text input field because we are going to have some more properties on it that we are going to make use of. So what we can do is go to the custom text field and actually modify this a bit. This is because, well, you know, it's going to have the same looks, but it's going to be slightly different because we're going to have some more stuff in it. So over here, the controller is going to be the game controller that we're going to create. Then it will have an on changed property, and let's convert this to a text form field so that we get more properties like on submitted and stuff, but we don't need that, but it's cool to have them, right? So we'll get a value over here, and whenever we get any value, we need to create another variable which will be a function which will handle the text change. So for now, let's keep it as an empty function and let's create the words controller. So I can name this words controller. Take this, go to the top and create a text editing controller for this. Final text editing controller, words controller equal to text editing controller. And now the hint text is going to be, let's say, type here. Now let's save this much and see, we are getting type here, which looks pretty good. Now, as I said, we're going to have more properties. It's not just the onChange property, but the read only property. So the one issue we'll face is when there is, you know, the countdown showing up 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We don't want the users to be able to type in that time, right? So we want their text field to be disabled. So for the text to be disabled, what we can do is set the read only property. So the read only will be game data, not the game data, game data.game state is join. Now this is where game data comes into play. As I said, we are going to have game data over here and game at the top in the init state function. Now this is where the change comes in. This is because isJoin property is going to change according to the countdown and according to the server, that logic that we have created in our index.js file. But so it's going to keep on changing, but init state and, you know, setting listening to false won't make that happen. So we'll have to create another provider over here which will keep on listening to data as and when it comes. So it will not be a one-time listen, but it will keep on updating the values as and when it updates, so that isJoin property, when set to false, can set the read only to false and we can start typing, else we won't be able to type. Now to understand what I'm saying, I'm going to refresh the application, go to the screens, let's create one user, enter the nickname test123, let's join from here, let's grab the game ID. Now you can see that grabbing the game ID again and again can be really irritating. So we are going to add the text field to an option over here so that we can just copy the game code, right? That will be much more interesting. So now I can type in man and enter the game ID, click on join and click on start. You can see that we are not able to type anything over here. I'm trying to type, but I'm not able to type. But now if I try to type, we can type, and even over here we can type. So that means all the stuff is working pretty well. So now the next thing we need to work on is whenever we type something, it checks in the database that, okay, this is the word and this is the word you've typed. So that means, yeah, this word is correct. And then we get the highlighting of the words and all the sentences we can display. But before that, we still have to display the game code over here, because it's quite irritating to go back and again to the MongoDB to copy the code, and our user won't be able to copy the code because he doesn't have access to MongoDB. So we are going to copy the text field from here again, because we are going to save the code in the text field, which will be read only. I'm going to show this to you. It will be very interesting. So we will have a text field over here, and the hint text is going to be copy. What can we say? Click to copy code. That sounds much better. Click to copy game code. Let's save this much. Now we don't need any controller because we don't have any value to store. Instead, we'll have a read only property set to true, and we are going to change this to text form field. Actually, let's keep a text field, and we'll have an on tap property over here. So whenever this text field is clicked, what do we need to do? So yeah, we have that much, and instead of putting semicolon, let's put comma, and let's see how our app is looking. So alright, we have our copy to game code over here. So whenever this user clicks on click to copy game code, what do we need to do? So we need to add to his clipboard the game code of our game. So to do that, we can do something known as using clipboard. Where do we have that? Clipboard. Over here, we have to import that from, I think, material services.dart. Yeah. And we can import it from there and then set data. So we can have clipboard.set data, and we need to pass in the data. So the data is going to be clipboard data. And then the clipboard data is going to have a text of whatever the game ID is. Now to get the game ID, we have this game over here. So that means we can access that. So we can have game.gameState, and we'll pass in the ID. You can see how state management is helping us do stuff, right? Now, after the this basically sets this to our clipboard. So that means it has been saved in our clipboard. But what if we want to tell the user that, yeah, we have saved it to the clipboard, so that he doesn't get confused? So we can have .then property after this. We saw this in JavaScript as well. We are seeing this in Dart as well. So after setting the data, we then want to do something. So what we can do is, well, just tell the user that, yeah, your success is granted. I mean, you know, you can save the data. So you can have scaffold messenger.offContext.show snack bar with the text game code copy to clipboard. We can have a constant snack bar, and we can save this much, and we can put a semicolon here as well. And yeah, now let's try to copy the code, and you can see the code has been copied. So now I actually had the same code, so I can copy this hi text from here, and now you can see that if I paste over here hi, it's hi. But now if I copy the game clipboard, and paste it over here, you can see that our game code is coming over here. So that's amazing. Now the next thing we need to do is when our game starts, this will show up even when our game starts, right? We don't want that. And also if we refresh our app and join in as another user from the over here, let's create a room. Let's name the user something like that. And now if we enlarge it, you can see that it looks kind of weird, right? It's such a big field. So we are going to wrap it with a constraint box, wrap it with a widget which will be named constraint box. And now the constraints is going to be constant box constraints, and the max width is going to be 600. Alright, I mean, it is not looking much better. We have to restart it. And now, well, let's again create a room. So let's go to the create room, enter the nickname test123, create a room. And you can see our text field showing a bit small, which is looking absolutely wonderful. So that's great. We are not changing the button over here, and in my opinion that's fine, because this button shows up for a while and then you have the text input field and you want the text input field long. Obviously that would make sense because you will keep on typing and you want the text field to be big, right? So that's fine. Now the only thing is, whenever we start, we want this to hide. So we can just put an if condition to check if the isJoin property is true or not. So if the isJoin property is false, then we don't want to show anything. So we can do that. Game.gameState isJoin, and if isJoin is set to true, so that means constraint box over here. So if isJoin is true, we need to show this game input code so that we can send it to other users, or else what do we need to do? We need to pass in an empty container. Alright, now if I make another user join in as well, so on our iOS simulator, let's restart, join, Revan, enter the game ID, let's copy this game ID, paste it over here and join. We have joined in. So now let's click on start. Game starting, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. After that we shouldn't be able to see this copy game code and it disappears from here, but I'm not sure if it's why it's not disappearing from here. I think it's just because we didn't refresh it well. So yeah, we can check that later. It works on our iOS, so it should work on the web, no doubts about that. So now let's try to check in the server. So whenever we have our stuff over here, we want to type over here and then check it in the server and then remove the word that we typed from here so that we can type another word. What I'm saying is basically work on the custom game text field onChanged property over here. So for the onChanged, what you can do is, create another function called, let's have that, and the other function is going to be handle text change. And now the handle text change is going to have a value and a game data dot game state, and we need to pass in the ID. We can take this function and create the function at the top, which will be called handle text change. And obviously we are going to have socket implementations over here. So first of all, it will get a value and then a game ID. Now what we need to do, first of all, check. So how do we check if we are going to the next word, right? So if I'm typing something, this is Revan and I am Revan. How can we identify that we are going to the next word? And that's because of a space. So we are basically going to check if the last character we type in is a space or not. So what we can do is variable last character is equal to value, and to access the last character, what you can do is value dot length -1. So with this, basically what you're getting is the last character of the string that we are getting. So if I type in Revan, let's say at the end it gets Revan, with onChange you're going to get R, then I, then rev, an, no, something like this. Like step by step you'll get all of those, and after that I'm going to press in a space, right? So that's going to be my last character. That means we are transitioning to a new word. So this will basically check if this is a space or not. So to do that, we are going to do value.length -1, and we are going to find the last character using this operator, and that's because length will start from 5, right? So for the length of this string over here is 6, but to get the value from, like, get one character from this, it will start from 0. So if we do value at 0, we will get R. Value at 1 will get us RI. So that way we will do value.length -1, and now we will check if last character is equal to the empty space or not. And if it's equal to empty space, then we are going to create a socket method. So now let's create a socket methods in our socket methods class, and we are going to call this, let's say, send user input, and we are going to get a value. We are going to get a game ID, and we are going to emit it to our server. So socket client.emit user input. Now the user input will have a value and then a game ID. Now that much is done. Let's save this much, and this is all that we need to do. So we can create socket methods dot send user input, pass in the value and the game ID, and then what we can do is set state words controller dot text equal to empty. So with this we are basically removing the whole word out. That will help us. And now in the index.js, let's create a timer. So in our index.js, I first of all want to point out that this work is not done over here. We will have to put an else condition to calculate the words per minute, but we're not going to do that. We will do that when we have to do the leaderboard. But for now, let's get the basic stuff working in our app, like the whole game logic. So let's work on that. So what are we waiting for? The user input. So now let's create a logic over here. Before this timer, we'll create the user input. So we can have socket.on, and we get user input. What we can do is asynchronous get user input and a game ID, and then we can find a game, then find the game by its ID. Then we need to check if the game is not joinable. So we can have game.isJoin and game isn't over as well. So if both of this stuff is wrong, what do we need to do? So if both of this stuff is false, we need to find the player. So what we can do is let player equal to game.players, and we need to find by the socket ID. So what we can do is player dot socket ID equal to the socket ID. Alright, now I use the find method over here instead of doing the previous by finding socket socket dot ID, but some of that didn't work for me. I'm not really sure why it didn't work for me, so I tried this way. Now basically what it does is finds it maps through all the players array. So it will find each and every object which will be this player, and it will check if the player socket ID is equal to the socket ID. Whichever player object has that socket ID equal to the socket.id, it will return that object, right? So we have the player as well. Now we can check if game.words at player.current word index. Do you remember this field? We have the current word index set to 0 initially. So if the game.words, so these are the words array that we have. So if that is equal to, so we have the words array, and to access an array, you use this operator, right? Even in Dart, you use that operator. This part. So we will take player.current word index. So whatever word index player is on, initially he will be on 0. So it will take the first word and then check it. So if this part is equal to the user input, and make sure to add trim over here, because the user will not pass in word to word. He will also pass in a space, right? And we have to check that it's a space. So like he will pass in a space. So to remove that extra space that he's passing in, use the trim method, and that will work for you. And to check in JavaScript, you use 3 equal to sign, and 2 equal to sign also works, but that works far more inferior, I guess, because 3 equal to sign even checks the data type of both of these. So if you have something like 2 equal to 2, it will return true in JavaScript, but if it's 2 equal to true, it will return false. I'm not particularly sure, so if there's any JavaScript expert listening or seeing this video, please do let me know. I think that's the difference. Then what do we need to do? So if this condition is true, that means the user has guessed it correctly. I mean typed it correctly. What we are going to do is increase the word count. So we are going to do player.current word index equal to player.current word index plus 1. We are increasing that by 1. And now we are checking if the player.current word index is not equal to the game.words.length. If the user's current word index equals to the game.words.length, that means the user has completed the game. He's guessed all the words correctly. But if he hasn't, then what do we need to do? So we just need to save this much. And then send the update notifier to the user, I mean the game, right? So we need to pass in emit, and we'll emit update game. You can see the reusability of this event over here, which is pretty good. And yeah, we have that. Now what if the else part, right? So what if the user has guessed all the words correctly? So that means we need to calculate the game. So calculate the words per minute and tell the user that it's done. So we will put the else condition later. So now let's test it in our iOS simulator. We are not going to do the same on the Chrome. Now we'll use that for real-time checking only. So let's pass in player numan. Now let's start it, and let's type in whatever the user says in. Our game has started, but that wouldn't matter for us. We'll compete when we have to. Now we can take the words from here. So the first word is any. So let me type in any, and you can see that it's getting removed. And now if I refresh again just to see that if it's updated or not, you can go to the bottom, go to the players tab, and find that the current word index is 1. That means, yep, it's working. Now what if I type the second word? The second word over here is sufficiently. Alright, so that means our app is working pretty well. So now the next thing we want to do is, well, display the words on our screen, right? So to do that, what we can do is create a new widget altogether, and we'll call that sentence. So we can have sentence game dart. So we can have import material package. So let's create a stateless widget here. So let's call it sentence game. And actually, let me just convert this to a stateful widget right here and there, so that we know it's going to be a stateful widget. So yeah, let's give it a stateful widget only. And let's take this sentence game from here, put it in the game screen, and where do we want it? Well, we want it over here before this. So we can have sentence game, and let's import that. Pretty cool. So now if we refresh, that request won't be coming in. So now for the sentence game, what we are going to do is we are not going to, well, just have the sentence and get them highlighted. That's literally like not in my thinking area where how we can do that. So what we are going to do is we have to get three type of words. So one will be the getting the typed words, so whatever words that we have already typed, then getting the current word we are on, and then getting the words that are to be typed, so words to be typed. So these are the three functions that we'll create, and we are going to return widgets from those three functions, getting the text, and well, we are going to display them. So let's first of all do the basic stuff, getting the game from our provider. So it can be provider dot of context, and we'll have to pass in game state provider, pass in the context. And now what do we need to do? Well, we need to return a padding widget of padding of const edge insets dot symmetric in the horizontal direction 20, so that it looks good, Then we'll have a child and we'll have a wrap, because if we have any extra words, we need it to fall down to the next line, and not if we use row, then it will give us a render flow error. But if we use wrap, we'll be able to go to the next line. Now this will have a text direction of text direction dot LTR, meaning left to right, and then it will have children. So the children is going to have, well, these three functions that we are going to create. Alright, now these three functions will need the words and the player, right? So that is, the player is going to be the me player. So we can add that function for us, which is going to be socket methods. No, not in the socket methods, sorry. It's going to be in the this widget over here, game text field widget. So we are going to copy find player me function code from here and put it in the stateful widget as well. Alright, now let's create a variable player me called null, and now let's import the socket client as well. Pretty cool stuff. So now we can even have the socket methods initialization, because we know we are going to listen to it. So yeah, let's have that as well. Socket methods, and we are going to listen to it. And what are we going to listen to? It's quite simple, update game, because we have sent an update game listener, right? Over here, if we go back to our index.js file, you can see we are sending the update game if the correct word is there. So yeah, we need to listen to it so that we can make live changes in our app as well. So now let's create the get typed words function. So we will have get typed words, and it will return to us a widget, and that widget is going to be a text. So we will have get typed words. It will have a words and a player. Let's have a player. Now we are going to have a widget. Let me have this. Now we are going to have a temporary variable here called temporary words, and we are going to use something similar to a substring, but for list, if you get that. So this is going to be called sublist, and we are going to go from 0 to player current word index. So if we have a words list of this is me, alright, and we go from 0, that is the first word, to the player index word. So if we type in 2 over here, it will be 0, 1, 2, and it will not include the last word. So it will be 0 and 1. So we'll get the typed words as this and this. And that's because we are still the current word index, right? So if the current word index is me, that means we are on that word, right? So we don't want me to come in. These are the typed words. Me is the current word that we are on. So we are going to use sublist, which is a substring for list. Then we can have typed words, and we are going to create a string for that. And the string is going to be, well, the temp words is going to be a list, right? So to join this list together, we are going to use join method, and it's similar to the split method. Like split, it takes in an argument to split the two arrays. Join will take how you want to join the two arrays. So I want to join these two arrays with a string, with a space. Now we are going to return a text widget from here, and we are going to pass in the typed words. Then we are going to have a style, and then we are going to have a text style as well. And now, since this is a type words and typed words will only show the correct words, we can have a color of green. So we can have color dot from RGBO 52 235 119 1. Alright, so now if we save this much and put text style as a constant, you can see get typed words showing up. So now if I take this, put that over here, and now to pass in the parameters or arguments to it, what we can pass in, the first thing it needs is a word. So we can pass in game.gameState words, and the player is going to be player me. Right, now let's create a room and see if we're getting that. Test 1 2 3, create, and we're already getting this error. Tried calling current word index on the player, and that's because we haven't called this find player me method over here. So player me is null. So what we need to pass in is find player me over here, and we have to pass in the game over here. So we can pass in the game. Now we have called the find player me in the build function and not the init state function. You'll understand why in a while, because so basically I'll make you understand it right now. So I've used find player me function in the build function itself. So whenever the build function runs, find player me is also going to run. Now this is because, well, usually it's a bad technique, but I've done this because whenever the game value changes, we need the find player me or value also change, because the current word index, as you can see over here, is, well, it will keep on changing, right? As and when this update game happens, this value over here will change, and thus we also need to change the player me value because the current word index will also change, and that's why I've put the function over here so that it also updates the player me value. Alright, now if we try to create a room, enter the nickname test 1 2 3, create a room, and we can see that we are not getting any error. And yeah, so if we start typing something, so now I want to type something, so for that I'll need to restart my cloud database so that I can get the list of the words. If I take the words, where is the words? Over here, the. So I'm going to go with the, and when I click on space, we are getting this error over here, and that's because iOS simulator has its own issues. So let's create and pass in test 1 2 3, and now let's click on start. Let's get the first word. If we go and get the word everything, so if we type in everything over here, you can see everything showing up, which is pretty insane. That means it's working, and it's showing up as green. So now let me increase the styling. So I want to increase the height, so I want the height to be font size of 30. We can save this. You can see that it's showing up much bigger, which is looking pretty good. So now let's get the current word. So I'm going to copy this function because it's going to have a similar syntax, but instead of getting temporary or typed words, we just need to show the current word index, right? So what we can do is words at player at current word index. Alright, so that's all it takes. Now why are we getting this error? Because we haven't changed the word variable name. So we can have get current word. We can take this, put it over here, pass in the same arguments that this requires, and we'll be done. Also, we need to remove the styling from here. We don't want the green word to show up for the current word. Instead, what we need to show is an underline word so that the user knows, right, we are on this word. So what we can do is have a decoration of text decoration dot underline. This basically means that we have underlined the word, the current word we are on, and you can see U showing up. So if I type U are against weekends you, everything you are for empowers you. And you can see when we type U, it's not taking it in. And that's because, well, you can see the timer has got over. So that means our logic is working pretty well. That's awesome. Alright. And this happens because of isJoin being false and isOver also being false, right? So now you understand why we've used isOver. Cool. So now let's get the remaining words as well. So to get the words that are to be typed, we can take the syntax of this function as well. Again, pass in. Now this is going to be something similar. We are going to take player current index from here and pass it till, and we are also going to increment by 1 because it starts from 0, and we are going to go till words.length. Now I hope you understood this. This is pretty basic, like, you know, we used for this logic. I explained it to you, so you can explain this as well, like understand this as well. And now we basically need to get the words to be typed, so we can pass in words to be typed over here. And now we can have get words to be typed. I think I messed up this. We can have this, and we can remove this comment from here, pass in all the necessary arguments over here. We can have this, put a comma over here as well. They're all returning widgets, so we can wrap them in the widget tree. And now you can see, now if we restart our app and, well, go to the create room, have another user test123 showing up, and now you can see that it's not working really well. And this is because, well, you know, we have not removed the styling from here. So let's remove the styling for this and save this much. You can see no word is typed, so that means it's working. So now our game is almost starting. And now if we go, a goal is a dream with a deadline. And you can see this is still not registering. I thought that we had worked with the timer, but that's not happening as well. So the issue is over here, not the issue, but over here we need to add in an else block. So this is the last word, right? So if we add in an else block for the user input to calculate the words, so after this we basically need to show the words per minute, right? So for that reason, we need to put an else block over here, and now we are going to work on that because we have worked on showing the user input over here. So that means our words and sentences is also showing, which is a pretty great thing. So if we go back over here in our index.js file, in the else condition, so that means if the user condition over here is not equal to this, then we don't have to do anything, right? This works. But what if player.currentWordIndex is not equal to words.length? That means that the user has finished the game. So what do we need to do? Well, we just need to register the end time as well. So we can have new date, not data transfer, then got dot get time. And now we'll not save this to the database. We just need it for calculation purposes. We need to store the start time, but not the end time. Now we have the start time, so we can get it from the game object like this. So we are destructuring this from the game object that we have. And now we are setting this. So we have player. So this is the player that we have. Now we are going to set its word per minute. So we will have WPM. And we are going to calculate its word WPM with a function. So we'll have WPM function, and to it we are going to pass in end time, start time, and then a player. Alright, so now let's create the calculate words per minute function, which will be below calculate time. Let's have that syntax. And now what will it have? Well, it's going to have an end time again, a start time, and then finally a player. Alright, so now we need to convert, so whatever time we have, we basically need to calculate the time in seconds, right? So if we do end time minus start time, we won't get it in seconds. So what we can do is constant time taken in second is equal to end time minus start time, and we are going to divide that by 1000 so that we get it in seconds. This is in milliseconds. And then we can have constant time taken, and now we need to get it in minutes. So what we can do is time taken in seconds divided by 60, which is basically, this is in seconds, so we'll divide it by 60 to get it in minutes. Now we can have the words typed, so we will have words typed equal to player dot current word index. So these are the number of words that the user has typed. And now we'll have constant words per minute equal to math.floor. I explained to you what math.floor is. If you still don't understand, you can hover over here and you can see returns the greatest integer less than or equal to its numeric argument. Now we'll have words typed divided by time taken. That will be the formula for calculating the words per minute, right? Because whatever number of words we have typed upon the number of, the amount of time we've taken in minutes, that's why we are getting in words per minute. If we divide it by seconds, we'll get words per minute, words per second. And now we need to return the words per minute. Alright, so now we can go on the top again in our user input, and here we need to save this game. So we can have game equal to await game.save, and we save the game. And now we'll emit to the server that okay, alright, we have completed the game. And finally we'll update the game so that the user can see that last final, the deadline part over here that we can't see over here. We will be able to see that. Alright, now you can see we are already getting an error over here, cannot read property current word index of undefined. Alright, so let's restart and save our file again so that our server restarts. And now let's create a room. We'll pass in the player 1 and create a room. Now we'll start again and let's type this out. We do not quit playing because we grow old. We grow old because we quit playing. And you can see that we are getting an error over here, and that means that it has finally registered our final input. That means that this is working, but over here we have missed some logic, and that's because we have gotten out of bounds for our sentence game, and that is because we have not put an if condition. So this widget over here should only show up when game.gameState and the words array length is greater than player me's current word index. If the current word index increases and it's more than the words length, that means that the game has completed. So we need to show the scoreboard. So now after this is completed, we need to return a centered, we need to return a container. Well, let's put a container for now, which will say a text score please, and let's have that. So now if we save this, you can see score please showing up. So now if we restart our MongoDB browser, we should be able to see words per minute showing up on the last game player that we created. Click on next to see the next few results. And now for the players, in the words per minute, you can see 57 showing up. Sounds about accurate. This is my word speed. Like, I have a mic over here as well. This is not my actual word speed, but it's close to it. So that means it's working. And now you can see that this timer is still working. We need to end that timer as well. So what we can do is go to the game screen where our timer is happening. And first of all, go to the socket methods, where we can basically create a done method listener. So at the bottom we can have game finished listener, and then we can do socket client dot on done, and then we'll be done, and then we will basically do socket client dot off timer. Now as you can see over here, we had a timer listener. So what we did basically is stop listening to this listener that we had. So we stopped listening to this listener. That means the listener has been disposed of successfully and a timer will stop showing up. So that's pretty cool. And now this should work. Alright, so the last thing we want to do is, well, our app is functioning now, but what if our, the game gets over, but it's not because the user typed in all the words, it's because the user got out of time. So over here in our game interval function and in our start game clock function in index.js file, we need to check if time is greater than equal to 0. We are doing all of this code processing, sending to the client side. But if it's not greater than or equal to 0, what do we need to do? Well, we basically need to calculate the time. So what we can do is we can copy the code from above and make some changes in that, right? So let's copy this else block in the user input socket.on and pass in the else condition. Now we can do let end time. We have this. We have the start time. But we also need to pass in, we need to create the game, right? Because we don't have the game, this over here. So we don't have the game object. So that's why we are going to create a new game. So we can have game.find by ID, game ID. And then we will have let, and we have the start time, so that's good. Now the next thing we want to do is take the player and change is over to true. And now what we are going to do is take the words per minute and calculate the words per minute, but which user, right? We don't want to do it for any user, and over here it's not going to be for player, it's going to be for the game. The player can't be over, it's going to be for the game. And over here you can see player.word per minute is equal to calculate word per minute, but when the timer gets over, we need to calculate for all the users, right? So what we can do is game.players.for each, and here we will have a player and an index. And now we can check if the player dot word per minute is equal to -1, and we'll put 3 equal to sign so that we check for the type as well, and we'll take this and pass in over here. So with this, what we have done is basically if the player's word per minute is equal to -1. Now -1, as I told you, the words per minute can be 0, so we set the default value as -1. So if the player.word per minute is equal to -1, that means the value hasn't changed, so we haven't calculated their value. That means the user has got timed out. That's why we are calculating their game, right? And now what do we need to do? Game.players at index.word per minute. So this is how we are going to change their value. Take the particular player that we have and change their word per minute value and equal to calculate word per minute. Now we'll save the game, and now we'll emit to the game that it has been updated, and we are going to clear the interval on and show the timer ID. Also after that, let's just show the scoreboard. So to show the scoreboard, we can send so we can paste this socket.emit done over here so that our scoreboard also shows up, right? Now this is not await, and that's because we haven't marked the function asynchronous. Let's mark this asynchronous, and now this should be working. And with socket emit done, we are basically telling that we don't need to. Actually, socket.emit done is not needed, right? Because we are checking if we need to show the leaderboard or not based on the isJoin capability. Alright, so yeah, this is it. So now if we go to the socket methods and now let's refresh our app and see how it's looking. So now I'll even refresh this on the Chrome version so that we can see what's happening. Then we are also going to resize it. So let's resize it and have this. So create a room. Let's put in real nicknames. Rivan. Create a room. We are in the room. Let's copy the game code. Let's click on join. Naman is a nickname. Enter the game ID. Click on join. And you can see this showing up. But I want to, make this a little less as well. You can see. Alright, so you can see that it's showing up, which is pretty cool. Now let's start. You can see that we are not getting the start option here and we are not able to type anything. This is working as well. And now we can type men of Alright, so we have gotten an error over here and that's because we have marked this function as asynchronous. We don't need to mark this function as asynchronous. Instead, what we want to do is, well, in the else condition, we need to have an asynchronous function, and inside of that, we are going to run this so that we can have a try catch block, right? We need a function so that we can have a try catch block because we are making some asynchronous calls over here. So we can put that in the try block. And in the catch, we can just console log the error and we can save this much. Now we shouldn't be facing any errors. Also, we have not called this function, I guess. So over here, we can wrap this async with a parenthesis and then again a parenthesis and then call it. Not over here, like this. So you can call it. Alright. So now after saving it, this should run. So now let's restart our app. Let's restart this over here as well. Now let's remove this from here. And now let's create. So we have test123, create, join, tester123. Let's create a game ID as well. Click to copy the game code. I'll paste it in and you can see. So now let's start. So now I'm going to type in from here so that we get to know that it's working on web as well. 1000 of candles can be lit from a single and the life of the candle will not be shortened. Happiness never decreases by being shared. Alright, so now we need to display the score first of all, and I don't think this is working, and that's because we haven't added something in our game screen, and that's socket methods dot, and that's the last thing that is in game finished listener. So now let's type this quickly. Thousands of candles can be lit from a single, and the life of the candle will not be shortened. Happiness never decreases by being shared. Alright, now you can see score please, but it's still not game finished listener, and I think that's because, well, we need to restart our app. But now let's show the score on the screen, and after that we'll see if we are getting that or not in our second run, right? So now let's create a widget for the scoreboard. So we can have scoreboard dot dart, and that will be import material package, have a stateless widget called scoreboard. Then in the return function we are going to return a list view builder, which will return an item count, item builder and item count. Now let's get the provider in. Final game is equal to provider dot of context, and we'll have game state provider. Alright, now we need to take this game, so we'll have game dot game state players dot length, and now we'll have item builders context and index, and now based on that we are going to create the list style. So first of all, let's get the player data so that we don't have to make this use. So we'll have game dot game state, and we'll grab all the players by their index. So you know that this players is an array, and we're going to grab each person by their index. So it can be 0th person, the first person, and now after that we are going to return a widget known as list style, which is a very great widget. It will help us get a title and a trailing widget quickly. So we can have a text of player data nickname, that is the name of the user stored in the MongoDB, and then a trailing widget of text player data words per minute, and make sure to convert this into a string because words per minute is an integer that is being saved to the MongoDB. Now you can take this game screen from scoreboard from here and put it in the game text field where scoreboard please is written. I think it's written in the sentence game. Yeah, so we can replace this with this. Let's import scoreboard and have this much, and also return constant scoreboard. Alright, now we have saved it. We're not getting anything, so now let's refresh our application and see more stuff. Now one component is still left, which is the real-time syncing of our application. So let's create an app first. Let's room first, Rivan123. Let's copy the game code, join Naman123. Let's enter the game ID, join, and now alright, so now let's start typing. Alright, so now you can see that we are not getting any scoreboard for now, and if we go to the debug console you can see the error, but I already feel what the error can be, and that will be not setting the shrink wrap to true property for our list view builder. And now if we save, you can see my words per minute showing up, Naman123, and it's still -1. Our timer has stopped, which means everything is working pretty cool. So now let's get this to work. The key to transforming our hearts and minds is to have an understanding of how our thoughts and emotions work. Alright, we save this, and now we can't see anything over there, but you can see 15 over showing over here. And yeah, now that's because we haven't reloaded the app over here, so that's fine. Now the next thing we need to work on is the real-time syncing of the progress bars that we are going to create. So let's work on that. So what we can do is, in the game screen, I'm not going to create another new, actually we can create, but I'm not going to create. But yeah, we're going to create a new widget, but not a widget in the new widgets folder. I'm going to pass that over here only. And now it's going to be a list view builder of sliders. So let's see what we're going to do. Well, first of all, let's have some constraints, because that will look ugly as well if it's taking the entire screen size. Now the child is going to be list view builder, and first of all, let's have the brackets proper done. Alright, so now the child will be a list view builder, so we can have list view dot builder. Now list view builder will take in an item builder and an item count, so let's have them. Now the item count is going to be game. Let's have game dot game state players dot length. And now to get the item builder, we'll have context index, and now to return something from the item builder, we are going to return a slider. But along with the slider, we also want to show the nickname, right? And we also want some padding property as well, because it will look ugly as hell if we just type it that way. So we can have padding, and the padding can be constant edge insets dot all and 8.0. Now you can have a child of column, and let's put a semicolon so that we can give a good formatting. Now in the column, what we are going to have is, well, a cross-axis alignment of cross-axis alignment dot start. It's going to start right from the top, and first of all, it's going to have a text which will be game dot game state players index nickname. Now you might already be familiar with what we did. If not, let me know in the comment section below. I'll make sure to explain it to you. We are going to increase the font size of this to look better. I don't think that will look better. We'll probably have to add the chip widget to this as well, so that it doesn't look like a randomly added text anywhere in our app, right? Then we need a slider whose value will be, well, we'll figure that out. And it will have an onChanged property, and well, onChanged property is a required field, but it won't change anything for us. It's just going to display the value. Now what is the value going to be? Well, it's going to be the number of words that we have typed and the number of words that are present in the server, like the number of terms we have to type, right? So we'll have word index, right, because that's the number of words we are on. So we can have game dot game state players index current word index, and then you can divide that by game dot game state words dot length. So how many ever words there are in this app, right? So now if we save this much, let's restart our applications. Let's go back to the join room screen actually. So let's go back. Let's create test 1, 2, 3. We should be seeing an error for the sliders, because you can already see that it's not functioning properly, and that's because I suspected it. It's going to be because of the shrink wrap property. Let's have shrink wrap to true and restart our application. You can see everything is in place, and test 1, 2, 3 user shows up, but it's not looking good as I mentioned. Let's wrap this with a widget of chip, and it's going to have a label property, and that's all. Now this looks much better. It doesn't look like a randomly dropped text out of nowhere, right? So that's good. And now we can restart the app so that we can see the same thing in this. Let's copy the code, enter the nickname Naman, enter the game ID, join. You can see both the users are there. They are both on 0. I'm not able to type. I'm able to copy the code from here. That means everything is working. The start, and well, both of them are starting. It's a responsive layout. So yeah, this seems to be working for us. Now let's type this: be like the flower, turn your face to, and before going forward, I'm going to type here as well: be like the flower, turn your face to the sun. Naman should win, right? Alright, 18 words per minute, not bad. And then we can have to the sun. Now both of these are showing pretty well. Now all of our application is complete. We have completed all of it. So now the next thing we want to do is deploy our application. So let's do that. Alright, so to deploy our project to the server, like to the web, you need to deploy it to some website, and there are multiple websites offering that. One of the famous ones is Heroku. So to log into Heroku, well, let's just sign up and use some of our email and first name. So I'm going to pass in my first name, last name, and I'm going to use email address I don't often use, so I can have that. Then the company name, so I can just type RRR. Then the role is going to be student India, that's my country. And then we can just tell Node.js, I'm not a robot. Now let's select all the images with the stairs. So let's select them. And verify, and then create free account. Now I have to go to my email to check if it's the right one, so I can go to my mail. Alright, so I'm in my dashboard. Now I'm going to create new app. I'm going to select an app name, so let me type the app name. Let's say Typeracer Tutorial Server, and now I'm going to create an app. After this, we are going to see some page like this where you can use the Heroku CLI to log in and deploy your project, which will be a very easy way to do, but you'll have to install your Heroku CLI for that. So if you click over here, you'll be taken through the process of installing the Heroku CLI. So if you click on it, download and install, you can see you can download and install, which is a great thing. So now let's go back. We are not going to use Heroku CLI because after installing it, you'll also have to do Heroku login. Then then after that you'll have to deploy it using GitHub. So you can just do that. Instead, what we are going to do is manually connect to our GitHub account, and my GitHub account is linked over here. If you haven't, then it will ask you to link to your GitHub account. So now let's add my GitHub repository. So I'll migrate to the server because it's the server that I'm going to deploy, and I've passed in .gitignore over here and passed in the node module so that I don't have any difficulty while uploading to GitHub. Alright, so now what am I going to do? Well, git init, git add, git commit -m, uploading server. And you won't find this repository available because I'm going to make it, I'm going to delete it right after this tutorial, and even the MongoDB, so don't try any of that. Alright, so now Typeracer server is what is our repository name. I'm going to create it public for now because we always know that when we use it over here, we won't be able to access it if it's private. Now I'll copy the link, add the origin, so we can have git remote add origin and pass this over here. Then we can have git push -u origin master, and then this will upload it to GitHub. And now if we refresh, you can see it's showing Typeracer server. Now alright, now if I do type Typeracer server and search for it, I should be able to see this. I'll click on connect, and now this will give me more options. So I'm going to enable the automatic deploy. So as and when I deploy to the GitHub my project, like I edit something or pass into it, it will automatically take that reference and it will again run the Node.js project for us. Finally, we are going to deploy this branch because it's on the master that we have done it. I've passed in git push -u master. You can see over here. Alright, this will create the app for us, and you can see that the build has succeeded. So now it will create a successful build for us, and it will give us a URL. So now if I go over here and view, I'll get a GET request. Yep, I cannot get this / request. That's because we haven't created an API that listens to the / request, but that doesn't matter for us. We can copy the link, go to our server, and in the socket methods, socket client, we can replace this IP address and the port number with this Typeracer tutorial server. And now if I restart my application, I should see this is working. So if I migrate out of the server and also run flutter run-d chrome, I should be able to see both of them working pretty well. So now first of all, let's create a room. Let's see if it's working. Click on create, and well, we created a room. Data is being saved into MongoDB. We don't have to do any external configurations for that. That's because MongoDB is very flexible, let's say. And we have got the link, right? Because we have used the link. As you can see, our Chrome has loaded up. So now let's try to join the room. So I'm going to copy the game code, enter the nickname Rivan, enter the game ID, join, and I'm able to join in as well. That means it's working pretty well. So now if I try to run this, you can see the sockets displaying on both of them. You can see some delay over here and all of that stuff. Now that is because Node.js servers are slow in the start, and then when you use them enough, I think they will be proper. I've never faced this kind of error while using sockets anytime, but this will get fixed. Don't worry about that when you use it enough. And also about I want to mention one thing about Node.js Heroku, because after you don't use it for a while, it will go off to sleep. The dynos that Heroku has, it will go off to sleep. So only after you ping it, so that means you use it in your app, it might take up to 30 minutes to load up, and then only you can see anything. And that will be a kind of issue for you, but if you want your users to wait, then it can wait, or else you'll have to upgrade to a premium version of the Node.js Heroku. I'm so sorry. So yeah, this was it for this tutorial. In case you face any difficulty, do let me know in the comment section below, but please do let me know only after you search it up on Google, and the GitHub link will be mentioned in the description below. Thank you guys for watching. See you in the next video.